Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the most enthralling, interesting, and amusing stream on the internet at this hour presently.
Just setting the thumbnail for the other video, Al.
So, ladies and gentlemen, are you all ready and prepared to receive the bountiful salt harvest on the 13th of December? I most assuredly am. We'll get started in approximately 5 to 10-ish minutes as people come in, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, sit tight or make yourselves a cuppa. We have so many wonderful things to show you over the Christmas period. It's the most profitable time of the year. God bless Christmas merchandise. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen? The Holy Lord of the Forest, the Boar, is with us all, ladies and gentlemen. He is running towards the link that is posted immediately beneath him. Witness the ferocity with which he runs to the link that you all ought go to immediately, without hesitation.
Hear me, Al? With you in just a moment. There we go. I'm now live on my channel. So
Peoples. Yes, give me a brief moment.
Need to go to share that link out. Really, that's the channel we want to share. This is saying what's with the pig. He doesn't know about the famous boar. Alex is very famous for his boar sausages. People love him for his boar-like qualities. One up. Let's go to really, that's the channel we want to share. Once I've shared this, I'll be able to zone in, so bear with me. Pics.
That ought to do it for now. Also link inbound to you.
You just shared it out, yeah?
No, not sufficiently, but we have the link presently available to all.
Okay, do you want to start on the impeachment process before we talk about anything too silly? A failure of an impeachment process that's been going on against Trump.
Yes, absolutely. They want to get him on speaking with the president of Ukraine, asking him about Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden's bribery, corruption, and quid pro quo. In other words, buying favors for money. Every single thing that they accuse Trump of, they are guilty of themselves multiple times over. The moral arc of the universe is very long, but it ends in truth and justice. And Mr. Adam Schiff, the person who is spearheading the operations against Trump with the impeachment, a good friend of his was found in a mansion with 2 dead bodies coked out of their heads, and has been arrested on charges of, quote, pedophilia. The full title of this article is Adam Schiff Associate Arrested by LAPD on Pedophile Charges. May all the poisons that lurk in the mud hatch out. There's a little thing going on in America called Project Darkheart, where they're working their way up the pedo blackmail entrapment organizations that are present in America and internationally, and as they work their way up the ladder, they're finding people that are closer connected to the people that are frontline spokespeople for the deep state, like Mr. Adam Schiff. Link inbound. Share it with your friends. Everyone wants to know this. Also, the statement that you can't name the, quote, whistleblower is very true. The whistleblower's lawyer gives free passes to people with pedophile convictions at Disney World. Also, ABC News actively covered up for Epstein, despite knowing about his shenanigans 3 or so years ago. When they say to Trump, quote, the walls are closing in reality, ladies and gentlemen, the walls are closing in on the deep state. And we're going to have a bountiful salt harvest this Christmas, both when the impeachment flops and with Brexit done and dusted.
Agree more. Well, couldn't agree more. People are saying your sound is low, as usual, Al. I can, right? And I bet you people on my stream, because I'm streaming from my account, I bet they can hear you fine.
Why, yes, my good man, but the problem is that there is no fixing the sound issue. Just listen up when I speak.
No, there's something wrong with your side of things.
It is impossible to fix it. I have tried.
Well, okay. Hello, everyone on my channel, by the way. Hello, crew. Please join the link in the actual description of the chat. Oh, bloody hell. See, it's come up. I'll get the link and put it in the description. I put it in the title and it's not come up as a link. They can't click on it. So hang on. So those on my channel, I'm going to go edit it now. You can get to the other channel, subscribe, and get on that chat. So to those on my channel, if you refresh the page now, you'll be able to see a link in the description for the chat that Alex is sitting on. Subscribe and help us avoid the shadow ban, which has us in the murky, swampy shadow, in the darkness of the online realm, as it were. So yes, there's been a complete failure going on in this farce of an impeachment case, and conservatism is once again undermining everyone and raising its head in a victorious stance, and it's becoming a usual thing now. When Trump first came in, everyone thought, oh my goodness, when Brexit happened, everyone was in shock. But now we're seeing conservatism rise and conservatives argue amongst each other, the different factions. Chief busted on omitting pro-Trump evidence from Morrison transcript summary. Shampeachment. The impeachment is going about as well as most Roswell conspiracy theorists' projects. Not well. So, yeah, people will be able to hear off my account. If you're watching the Vinnie Sullivan, you'll hear Alex better because you're hearing my screen because I'm talking to him from Discord. But anyone here in the TRR...
competence results in incentives.
Not incentive. It's incentive to not come on the channel we're streaming from.
Incentives.
Right, everyone as well, right? So go to the description. Our Twitters. We've just gone back on Twitter. I don't expect to be there long. At Great White Vin. Go and give us a follow. Bit of support. Because I doubt I'll be there long before I get flying drop kicked out of social media for daring to be non-left wing clown worldish like ism thing, phobia, ism, multiculturalism, and all that jazz. Okay, Alex, have we covered the impeachment and how it's absolute bollocks enough? Have we gone through that, do you think?
Well, here's the thing. The media assets are being used to put on 6-hour-long, very boring streams of the impeachment process, during which, after 3 years of, quote, Russia investigations, they had F all, and now with the impeachment, they also have F all. So, what we're going to see is an absolute meltdown of the left going into the next year. They're going to try and prolong this nonsense for as long as possible. However, Adam Schiff's buddy and Redacted's whistleblower, quote, whistleblower in the impeachment case, his lawyer, are directly involved with pedophilia. Known, provably, open cases against them, court trials and everything. So while they are doing this impeachment nonsense, Trump is doing real work, working up the ladder of the blackmail and entrapment scheme organizations affiliated with the people trying to take him down. The people that screech loudest have the most skeletons in their closet, provably.
One thing you said to me that I found interesting ages ago was those that have been screaming the loudest about Trump probably have the most to hide when it comes to Hollywood. We won't go into detail, but as a blanket statement, I think, you know, to avoid trouble, we can say it's fairly obvious that those that from day one were screaming the loudest were probably the most fearful of what could be uncovered by Trump or by his administration, or just by the idea of nationalism and conservatism rising again to the point where people have the guts to ask questions and uncover these things, where normal human beings become private investigators and uncover great big nasty things. Who just popped in there?
Sir Street, sir.
Street joined us.
Indeed, a moment ago.
Wonderful. Well, is he still here?
Yes, he was added to the overall group call, sir.
Okay. Street, you here?
They had F all, and now with the impeachment, and now with the
Popped in there. Street joined us. Yeah. I'm trying to shut this phone up.
Yeah, I can hear me.
Welcome to the stream that has the most technologically literate and competent streamers this side of Britain.
So my
was that a dig, Alex?
Fucking.
No, it was self-criticism.
I tried to plug my mic in and it didn't work. Fucking thing. But how are we all? We good?
Exist.
Is Lehman as well, is he?
Yeah, he's meant to be in here, but Lee's too scared to come and talk next to us in case he feels unintelligent. That's his problem. So wherever he is, if he's listening.
Are we live on a stream or anything?
Live right now, Street.
Oh, what channel?
We're on my channel and TRR.
Oh,
my
okay.
channel is just my phone sort of filming the screen so that people come and join the link.
Ah, I can see it. Yeah. So I'll jump on there now. I just had to put some things to rights.
That's his problem.
I just had to put some things to rights.
Before you comment on that,
another channel.
Before you comment, are you going to talk about? Are you going on about that stream? Has it been kicking off?
No. I didn't think we were live, so I'll talk about it after. But
okay. Well, Simon King just commented on my usual catchphrase: "We exist." Simon, when anyone ever says to you, "How are you?" or "Are you okay?" just say, "Yeah, I exist." It's the best way. You're not lying to them. It avoids the awkwardness. Just that moves the conversation on. Yeah, I exist, mate. Don't worry about it.
Mr.
Carry on.
Street, did you become a proto-fascist neo-Nazi during your trip to Poland, sir, as all appear to believe?
Well, Alex, sir, the rumours were... Actually, I'm not going to joke because people take it serious. Pics people said to me, when you go over there and you come back, you're going to be. No, I'm fine. Sorry, my daughter. Sorry about that. People
Can you turn your notifications off because they're distracting? Alex, can you turn your notifications off that are popping up on the screen? They're distracting.
Can do.
Yeah. So basically, a lot of people were saying one group of people saying, "Oh, you're far right for going over there. Oh, you're a racist. Just prove you're a racist because you're going over there." So that's a side issue. But someone else said to me, and I think it was Alex and somebody else said that when you go over there and you see the patriotism and you see thing, you feel one gutted, and when you come back, you'll be pissed off. Mate, I am pissed off, and now people that have been winding me up about the reasons of going over there, they're fucking getting it. And it started today, and it will continue until I've finished my road plan. Because first off, I think it's very disrespectful. The people I met were coming up to me, shaking my hand. They obviously, I've got my union flags and badges everywhere, and I probably stopped no less than 100 times. Everybody that came over, I had a group of 4 guys come up to me, and they were big, man. And I thought, fucking hell. All of them wanted to shake my hand. They all wanted to take photographs, standing with the union flag. And they said how proud they are that I'm over there. They said they love the British. They love the UK. They said they've got so much respect for the UK. And I was trying to say to them, it's a myth. Mate, it's a myth. We ain't that great anymore. I said, you know what you're doing here? If we was to do that, we'd either be banned, we'd have protests everywhere, there'd be police everywhere, it wouldn't even get off the ground. And they were like, seriously? What? In Britain, you can't do this? No. I said, it's a complete myth. I said, if I was to change all these flags to UK and St. George, one, we'd be tarnished racism. There'd be worldwide condemnation about it. I said, and this is what we have to put up with. So to come over here and see this, and to see how welcoming you are of me, I said, I can't believe it, mate. I said, one thing you should never do, don't give this up. Don't give this up whatsoever. And the more and more I met these people, the more and more it left, what's the word? Regret as the fact that we can't do this without being tarnished. And what made it worse was I'm rambling a little bit, sorry about this, but what made it worse was the comments that was made about me while I was going over there.
To this stream, man.
And the other comments that were said about, oh, it proves this and it proves that. And all I've got to say is this: the people I met, the people that have said that I was far right, and the people of far right should be ashamed of themselves, because all I seen was respectful people. There's no police anywhere. It was amazing, and people really should be ashamed of themselves for even contemplate that this was anything to do with far right, and anyone that went to it was far right. It's an embarrassment, and these people that have said that, fuck me, just wait, because I'm going to challenge every fucking one of them. Sorry about swearing, but yeah, so you can see how pissed off I am because I'm rambling, and normally I don't do this, but yeah, I'm not happy with some of the comments I made about me, about anybody that went over there. And also I'm more pissed off as the people that are over there, how they're seen by certain parts of the world, and how that march is seen. Complete disrespect. That's all it is.
Well, here's the thing.
Hang on, Alex. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. Joseph, we're going to be talking about Hong Kong in depth and about what's been going on and the violence. I intended to make an actual proper video about it, but I've been bogged down today. Red Dog, hello as well, by the way. Red Dog, a valuable asset and ally.
Hey, Red
you're
Dog.
also welcome to join the stream. Yeah, so Hong Kong, before we get too far into domestic issues, Hong Kong has been a war zone today. People have been getting very badly hurt. Liberty and freedom have been pissed on today. The protesters have been, from what I understand, I'm not sure if live rounds have been used. I don't know if what I heard has been true.
People locking and barricading themselves in universities using bows and sticks and arrows and makeshift catapults against the Chinese authorities that are forcefully occupying illegally Hong Kong.
Right, and Hong Kong is democratic. He wants to be democratic. He wants to remain a place which has connections with the West, and obviously capitalism and a way of having a good way of life. And now you've got this overbearing monster next to it, which is now about to piss over its entire existence. And in reality, the best thing they can do is get out, because unfortunately, taking a stand there isn't plausible. You're not on the winning side taking a stand there, unfortunately. Though I support them heavily, but once again, communism, it's like a Dragon Ball Z film or some sort of epic film where you think you've defeated the big bad guy, there's a little egg at the end. That's what communism is. If you don't stamp it out, it grows back like a AIDS-ridden ivy plant.
Fuck it now.
Breaking up a little, Vinnie, mate. How do you find it, right? Yeah, you just broke up for a couple of seconds there.
How you doing?
Fonzie, he of course runs with Lou the Brothers Uncaged podcast. They pretend to be brothers, but they're lovers.
Phil's in the chat.
Brothers.
Is he able to come on, or? Phil's in the chat. I'm not sure if you can send him a link or something.
Alex will have to sort that out with him.
I'll post the link in the brothers as well.
You can hear me, Phil.
Yeah.
I just politely asked that obviously you keep the information and you keep your power levels somewhat hidden for us, please. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Keep your power levels somewhat hidden and sympathise with our situation that we're out in the open quite often.
Yeah, so my time in Poland was fucking... sorry, swearing again. Damn. It was absolutely amazing, and I'm going to do a lot more visits. I have got something lined up where the gentleman that's in the video that is translating, and he did a few mini interviews for me. I was going to get him on. I was going to get him onto a panel on the show, but I've decided now that I think it's best to go back over there for just a night or a weekend, interview him in his own country, walk around the places. He can explain bits about the old town, bits about the way the politics works over there. He's very knowledgeable in the sense that he emigrated to the UK, lived over here for about 8 or 9 years, and now he's back over living in Poland. So I think he's going to be pretty good. And the reason why I want to speak to him more on the one-to-one level over in Poland is the fact that because of his stance and him being on the right, he's actually being disowned by some of his family members. So I think it's key to actually see him in his own country, in his own environment, really. So we are planning that with Vinnie to try and get out there as fast as we can and get this done. I think it's going to be invaluable, to be fair, because he came over here probably when the Polish people had a negative tone about being over here, so he's got a vast amount of knowledge. And he spent the whole day with me as well. He never left my side. Because he was translating stuff, and you can see him in a lot of the videos. So I think by going over there,
all realise over at Poland that currently we are seen as a shame internationally for being pig suckers to the parasites known as the Eurocrats.
They do, but they think that they also think that we're this proud nation, which we are, but we're not allowed to be.
We have the testicular fortitude to tell the EU to F off first out of all of them.
They don't like the EU no more than I think they hate it just as much as me. And any European flags that were found were taken down. And as long as they had the European flag, and it had something negative on there, it was allowed. But you actually seen people actively going down the streets, and if they found one, it was taken down within seconds. So yeah, they don't take any crap over there, put it that way. And also the way they handle Antifa is a little bit good as well, because a lot better than ours, is where you would have your march and your little protest or demonstration or celebration. I call it celebration over there. I wouldn't necessarily call it a march or a demo, because if you say it's a march, people that automatically think it's something negative. So I call it the celebration day. And what you do is they've got these canvas brown I wish I had a recording of it, but I was recording something else at the time. They've got where the Antifa was, there was that many police there. It was unbelievable. But they put these big curtains across so they can't see us and we can't see them. You can just lightly hear them. And so that kept the confrontation down, because the amount of people there and how patriotic they are, they weren't going to take any crap. So if they had have launched anything at us, or they had been saying anything, it wouldn't have gone down too well. So what they do is they put a big screen in front of it so you couldn't see them. I did try to look around, but you can't see them. There's literally canvas screens all the way across. You could see the police because they were on an elevated. They were more elevated, so they were looking down. But the screens and all their banners, it wouldn't matter what the banner said because no one's seen it. It's really good.
Hang on. Right. So we've got Anglo in the chat, haven't we?
Yeah.
Who have we got in the chat?
Phil's there.
No, I mean.
Right. Oh, he was. I can
Were
see
you here as in Discord?
No, I can see him on the call.
Yeah, I'm Anglo-Saxon in the YouTube. I'm on him, man.
Yeah, Anglo-Saxon is Liam.
I know, but I think you wanted to get Phil in, didn't you? But Alex will then have to invite him as a friend via Discord.
Yeah, Phil's already in.
Alex,
Phil's already in.
He's already in, mate.
All right, brilliant.
Unmute yourself,
Okay, wonderful.
Phil, he might be muted. Phil's there. I can see his avatar.
Whenever he's ready, he might be doing something.
Yeah. So yeah, Poland.
Patriot 28 from Telegram. Hello, you are very much welcome. Sorry, I've got serious heartburn. A sub would be very nice. I've got some Rennies about somewhere.
Low-tech solutions to high-tech fuckery. Click on the links if you want to bypass censorship. Also, you should consider banned.video. There's a great many independent media content creators that simply cannot get to their audiences because the alt-left tech alliance is scrambling the algorithmic manipulation and boosting or deboosting. So, the way that you beat this is you join all the Telegram groups today. And we give you the news, the real news, that you won't find on the television. What fun.
Fun befalls us all.
What fun befalls us all indeed.
Alex, can we get rid of this stupid thing running on the screen, please?
What is that, a rat?
No.
I mean, he's such a penis, isn't he? Rid of it.
Is that like a rat man or something?
So do the viewers rush towards the singular link posted there. It creates memetic momentum.
It doesn't. It just highlights the insanity within the reality report. Now get rid of it.
Looks like a human rat or something. How you doing, Phil? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing, man? You right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Just
going.
This is a bit more of a safe environment here.
Right, yeah. Well, that's all right. I'm not bothered. Who I'm talking to, I can talk to Antifa,
You made some
anyone.
really good footage the other day, Mr. Phil, by the way, questioning liberalism
What?
going to its advanced extremes with Mr. Lister. Some absolutely amazing footage, sir, if I do say so.
This is why even Stalinists, like even like the far left, would kill Lister because they're like, shit, man.
Absolutely.
The kind of morality you have is worse than
Mr.
fucking
Phil,
mine.
there is an argument that completely destroys the moralizing on their part. So they believe that it's okay to have people create child porn images either on their own or to receive them so long as they don't harm anyone, right? That's the core fundamental basis of their argument. However, the answer to this is that in the real world, if you look at that kind of weird degenerate imagery too much, it creates a thing in the brain called neuroplasticity. This is when your brain becomes accustomed to certain stimuli for dopamine and then wants greater stimuli for dopamine than what's already given. The argument from neuroplasticity of the brain when it comes to viewing or using CP is the answer to their moralizing tendencies. No, you don't give child predators child pornography because it keeps them tame. You stop it altogether and you get a psychoanalyst on the case. You cannot cure an infection by having flies lay their maggots in it.
It's just that the problem with what liberals like that is that they literally don't have any morality. They have no inbuilt disgust either. These people usually are deeply immoral people, and they see the kind of liberalism they want is different from an economic liberal. Like an economic liberal wants freedom in regards to the market, but usually even libertarians will accept that they do want, like you've said on this before, you do want some sort of state where you'll interfere in regards to deeply immoral problems. You don't want absolute freedom. Whereas these people, they only want freedom in regards to allowing them to be a degenerate. In regards to the economy, they want to regulate the shit out of the economy.
It's not a slippery slope argument or fallacy to say that if someone starts viewing child pornography, they're going to want more or more degenerate stuff.
Right, yeah.
Or to bring their fantasies or weird fetishes to the real world. It's not a slippery slope argument to say that this will necessarily happen if you give them these materials.
Yeah.
Because neuroplasticity of the brain exists.
Phil changed my mind on this because I was talking to Phil earlier on, and basically when I was doing this compass testing, whether it was the right one or whatever, there was a question in there, and the question was, do you think the law should intervene? Or something basically it said about 2 consenting adults should be able to do anything in their bedroom without the state getting involved, something along them lines.
Yeah.
And I put, if there's 2 adults in there, I mean, I was seeing it from my point of view.
Yeah, you're a normal person.
Take the kinky shit out of there, I'm not going to go into that stuff, but I was thinking, I should be allowed to do what the fuck I want in my room. I ain't hurting anybody. But that was a key thing that Phil and that I was listening to is the fact that, okay, I'm not hurting anybody, but hang on a minute. And when he was asking them questions, and they were dark questions, how he came up with them, I never know. And I was thinking, actually, that's pretty bad. Just because there's no victim and because there's no, as in a victim, as in a person, or there's no
it can lead to a victim.
Wow.
It can lead to a victim.
Yeah, exactly.
Can lead to a victim.
It's not outside the realm of reasonable discourse to say that it can indeed and will lead to a victim.
So my opinion's changed on that, and to be fair, should it be under scrutiny? Damn right, because just because there's no victim doesn't mean it's right. And so I've changed my position on that, because what Phil was saying, he said, yeah, but you're right, most people only think of themselves and what they do and blah, blah, blah. You've got to think of the deep, dark people that are doing certain heinous things. It was like the question about if incest was okay, and he says no, and he says because of the repercussions of having a child, and he said, okay, how about if gays were whatever there, and he says, well, really, that should be okay because they're not hurting anybody. That to me is just that's messed up. And now that question, I can understand why that question's in there, because unless you read between the lines and you look at it from a dark angle, you're going to just go, yeah, you should be able to do what you want.
And the problem is that the problem is that when you say it's legally okay for people to do things like that, there's always going to be people who are driven to make profit. There'll be people who think, oh, this child porn market, I'll make money off that. I know it sounds fucked up. Most people would be like, no fucking way. But there are people out there who think they'll make money off it. They're fucking evil. There's some really deep, disgusting people in this motherfucking world. That's why, to some degree, you do need the state to step in and say, what you're doing is immoral, it's degenerate, and it's not going to help this nation be great. So people like Lister, when we do take control of the government, Lister will have to go camp. We'll have to put him in camp because he's a deeply troubled individual. I mean, for fuck's sake, me and Lister were talking, and I said, okay, what's your plan? And he said, well, I've got a 500-year plan. They're like, 500 years? That's good. You know, I'm sure we'll be...
That's impressive. I'll be interested to hear that.
At least Stalin had a 5-year plan. You know what I mean? Fucking 500-year plan.
500 years, yeah.
But didn't even have a plan either.
Yeah.
His plan was just, we'll all share everything equal and there'll be no war. So, okay, great. How do we get there then? Then it's just
it all runs out and everyone's killing each other.
And that's communism. That's the problem with communists. The problem with communists is that, generally speaking, they don't understand what communism is. The only people who understand it are people who are not communists. And they say, no, you're full of shit. You're going to do a Mao where you completely starve everyone because you don't understand economics. And you're just going to... Yeah, they're just fucked up people, man. It comes from a position of envy. Communism does. That's where it comes from.
Do you really believe that he believes in what he's saying, or he's championed himself on being this leftist beacon that he can't now turn his back?
Think it's
more that an actor being sculpted into a quote thought leader. So
he's like
one person who puts the ideas of the intersectional left forward with a degree of courage, confidence, and conviction. They think that they're winning because they need to create the impression that everyone is on board with their madness. Fortunately, we have people who can show up their madness whenever they try to put it forward to the general population.
And generally speaking, if you look at... I think the reason why Lister exists is because if you look at him naturally as a person, I believe he was supposed to be... If he would have applied himself properly, he would have been a middle-class person with a good career, and he would have... I don't think he would have been the same person, but because he hasn't applied himself in his own life, the only way he can ever get any sort of success is by being this sort of thought leader for the left. Do you see what I mean? Whereas...
Yeah.
It's like a strategy. It's a strategy where he can... be that sort of... I mean, to be fair, it's like the way he fucking dresses. He dresses like some sort of Rastafarian, even though he isn't one. Just LARPing.
And he's got no hair.
Nah, he's just a fucking...
Yeah, it's weird.
But yeah, that's the psychology. Ted Kaczynski talked about that as well. He said a lot of these lefties, generally speaking, are just... They were at school, they did everything they told, the state told them to do. They didn't become successful. And because they didn't become successful, the only way they can rebel is by rebelling against cultural norms. Because naturally, if we're talking about the kind of system we would have and the kind of hierarchies that would naturally be in place, Lister was probably always going to be bottom of the hierarchy in every regard. So he has to rebel against it, so that way he can get some...
curiosity, sir,
healthy.
Is the man a vegan?
Probably, I don't know, but I bet he is.
He says he's not, but...
I bet he is. Or a vegetarian, at least. He will be eventually.
You know that there's a direct correlation
just a matter of
between
time.
effeminate men and preference for socialism on the political axiom.
Right, yeah. But it's, generally speaking, yeah, it's because it comes from a place of envy. It always comes from a place of envy. And that's what, from my experience anyway, it's they just want to bring people who are better than them.
Bill, let me come in here because I've got to remind Alex of something as well, because I heard you the other day, and I'm going to have to say that unfortunately we are always going to have to somewhat be subdued when it comes to our power levels. I understand yours, I know them, and just Alex, please be reminded that your power levels must always be kept within check.
Yeah, don't be a wizard. Fucking keep that shit in check.
Obviously, we do get in a lot of faces of lefties and that on the street, and sometimes journalists and what have you, and it just comes back on you. But you know, you really did tear a few. I'm not going to say who, because then it relates to what subjects, but you really have torn a few people apart. It's been very interesting. I can't lie. But Alex, don't get carried away if something interesting rears its head.
Oh, don't worry, sir. I'm well plied with brandy for the evening.
Exactly.
This is exactly
what
the
we're
correct and astute and accurate solution to your query and intrigue in the probability. And the rest of the sentence needs not to be finished. Let his neuroticism finish it for him. Speaking of neuroticism, Vin, what do you know about the audiobook that's coming out by the end of this week?
Alex, why don't you tell us all about this audiobook that's coming out at the end
50
of the
Shades,
week?
is it that?
I don't want to
50
hear any
Shades
more
of
of that
Grey.
50 Shades.
By Alexander Sangmoore.
I ain't
50
listening to any
Shades of
more of that
Grey.
shit. No.
I'm telling you now, it is the most disgusting thing. Right, I don't know if you can hear me, Anglo, but right, basically, Luke Cage, he gave Al some cash to read a few pages or chapters of 50 Shades, and it is the most disgusting thing listening to Alex read it I have ever heard in my life. It has us crying with laughter. Alex, do you want to go get a sample? I don't think we should, because it's not worth it, is it? Because I can't
Chapter
argue that away for
18.
you. Nah.
No, don't play that. It'll make me up.
Don't do it.
I won't.
Don't do it. Honestly, don't do it, mate. Because honestly, the left have attacked me left, right, and centre. I can't get rid of that.
I'm not going to. Don't worry.
I can't excuse what comes out of his mouth when he's reading from that book. Like, there's nothing I can do to take that away, you know. So, but it has been entertaining to us. And I tell you what, anyone that wants Alex reading a few pages of that's going to cost you a few. That's going to cost me years of trolling. That's going to get me years of trolling without fail. Yes. So we'll put it on auction. We'll have an auction somewhere. Alex reading 50 Shades of Grey. It will make you quiver and throw up and cringe and shiver. Not quiver, shiver. He is a bit of a prick tease, really, Alex.
I'm just thinking about it now. I played a little bit to the missus, and she was like, "What?" Oh man.
I saw a great video the other day of some guys that got onto the Epstein Island. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
I forgot to tell you about this. Right, so these two got on the island, and usually you just see a few shots of the island, but these two were proper running about. And what was suspicious is the amount of security that was left on it, the amount of life that was on it. The temple looked to be like it was cardboard, right? But what I struggle with is I feel that they've replaced, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that they've replaced something that was a temple or cement structure, because you can see it was not cardboard, wood, made out of wood.
Oh,
and it just wouldn't have survived the weather conditions.
Well, like plyboards, all that.
In that, just not have survived weather conditions, and they claim that the gold roof was taken off via weather. There's still a lot being covered up there, and they scarf it off out of it. But I'll try and find you the video. It's really interesting. The video, but the island's still being
I'll be interested
kept.
in that, man, 100%.
Being kept. It looked immaculate. We're looking to go away funds for a bit of golf. know the Epstein
Yeah,
Island it has got plenty of places to rent at the minute because I know the lodges aren't there anymore. But the current lodger's not there at the minute.
So, let's have a
Liam,
brief
I've just
read.
sent you something on I've just sent you something on Discord, mate. You'll probably like this.
But what, before we go off Epstein, anyone that says, right, that he's not dead, anyone that was to kill him, why do you ever think they'd keep him alive? What in the name of Jesus? Once you've served your purpose, this man made his living from blackmailing big people, right? Big people. That was his living. And now he's in the trouble. You think, let's keep him alive because it'll upset his feelings. No. He's
alive.
away. He's no longer.
He ain't.
He's not alive.
I think he is.
He's not straight. Why the hell would he be alive? What do they benefit from keeping someone like that alive? What the hell do you get out of that?
I don't know.
Willing to testify
Nothing, mate.
There's
Nothing.
two possibilities. He's either dead or he's alive and being kept in a very secure location to testify.
Triple dead.
All of the people
Triple dead with cheese on. There's no way. What you don't know can't be tortured out of you. What you do know can be tortured out of you.
Let's have a vote. There's 6 people in the room. Okay, so Street, I think, is alive. Vinny says he's dead. Alex says he's dead. Fon says he's dead. Liam, dead or alive?
No, my response is I don't know.
Oh, okay.
He could
so
be
we'll
either
have
dead or alive. I don't know.
1-4, 1-4, 1 against.
He's dead.
1 independent. Fonz is dead. Liam and himself.
Dead.
We need to ask the chat.
Dead. No, it's just me then. Fuck it. And I'm not meant to be the conspiracy theorist.
Have you ever heard of the Finders before?
The what?
The Finders.
Nelly, this is going to be a fun one.
Nah, I never heard of that.
The Finders.
I'm just having my dinner. I can still hear you.
The Finders is when the CIA paid some intellectuals to to have their own like paedophile fucking cult, and yeah, there's loads of documents on it that prove that I can't go into it. Just Google the Finders, you'll see a lot of it. And essentially, yeah,
entrapment schemes.
Yeah, they did. They literally had
child killings.
Yeah, what happened essentially was this all started off because 2 men were found with I think it was like 6 children that were malnourished and everything, and then they obviously arrested the men because they suspected that they were exploiting these children, and then over the coming years they found out that they were at a paedophile cult, and throughout the documentation it was essentially just the CIA and the FBI shutting down police forces, telling them not to talk about it, stop talking about it, stop investigating, leave it alone. And the children were in foster care, and what happened was that they allowed the children to go back to the paedophiles, which is a bit dark.
No.
Yeah, they did. And it's all backed up. You can look at the FBI documents, and they don't attempt to hide it. Essentially, their excuse is this group of people became a paedophile cult by accident. That was their excuse. It was like, whoopsie.
Accident? Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, whoopsie.
Yeah, okay. Accident.
You know, when you've been sort of, I'm not going to go into too deep, but you know when you've been aware of things for a while and you walk about and you can't help but be heavily black-pilled in knowing whenever you do see, I don't know, someone that's innocent, a woman, a child, you know that inherently the fact that you care for their safety, the people that are meant to look after you actually don't. It's not just a joke. It's not just a conspiracy. When you think of the authorities and everyone that as a child you looked up to think, oh, it's okay. If anything happens, I'll be okay. The reality is you actually are on your own in society. Ultimately,
yeah, definitely,
the morality stands with civilians. Civilians are the ones that have the moral code in today's time. The government, unfortunately, does not care for your children. It doesn't care. It's in fact sinister, and would rather see them used to its benefit. And you as a civilian has more moral agency than any government official, because being even a civil servant today knows too much. They know what's going on, and you know,
Well,
how can you
I think
sleep
it depends on the. I think it depends on the state that you have. Obviously, I don't believe that you can have. I don't believe you can enforce morality without religion, the state, or the state. Mainly because people, there's always structures of power, and even with the free markets, there are businesses who are motivated by profit, who will manipulate people into consumers that can push their agenda. That's why we see all this
the state,
LGBT.
obviously.
So
Yeah, you know,
the
obviously you need
government
the
or a
state. You
church
can't
to
be
tell us
without a
what's
state.
right or wrong, sir.
No, but
Yeah.
we need a state.
You do, yeah.
We do need a state. Yeah, well, you need a national government and law and order, and it has to be, even if it's a free one, it has to have limitations. And these are the conversations that we always end up coming down to as righties, having to define that for lefties using far-flung examples to catch us out. You know, when in fact, you know, we all have our limits. Freedom has its limits.
But I don't believe you can leave it to the free market to have a moral system at all.
The lefties, they make no sense anyway. They advocate ultimate freedom when they're none for us. So
yeah, well, they're not driven by morality.
Incredible problem with gayness, for instance. I used to be a homophobe, shall we say, what people like to. And they used to say that they can't help it, that's how they were born. And I'd say, so you're telling me that's how they were born, they can't help it, and it's inherent within them, and their feelings are what is most important here, and they cannot control it. Yes, absolutely. Okay, fine. I was born with this inherent feeling that I don't like it. Please respect that. It's in me. I am not controlling it. I'm not doing it to impress anyone. I don't like it. Right? Is that? Are you going to respect that? That's my opinion or my feeling, or does it only work one way? So, but it's not about working both ways, as we know. It never has been. And for everyone in this room, I think we are all at the point where we state the obvious. The only reason we even talk online is to share our information with other people so that they can argue with lefties in the workplace. Kenny Evans, if you scroll up, mate, on my chat, there's a link to the chat we're in.
But ultimately, I believe if you give people too much freedom,
people watching on my channel.
Contemplating whether or not I should give a full rundown on the importance of voting in order to oust all of the globalist filth, and why overturning the government within a week through violent means and instituting a church-government moral authority always works out for the
Why are you saying
because power
Alex,
gets used always in the wrong ways. Never the way that you want it to be played out.
Yeah, well,
shut up, will you? Why are you saying violent means? Will you voice yourself properly instead of miswording things that can be taken out of context?
Certainly, but God bless democracy and God bless the ballot box for bringing about real-world change when it comes to ousting the globalists, is just my point.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is that with
breaking up to
democracy,
me, I imagine you said not violent means.
Yes, I said specifically that the democracy is the best way of getting rid of globalist filth through non-violent means. Every other means involves violence.
Yeah, but the problem is that with democracy, the globalists can just use propaganda and advertising to manipulate the masses
the silent
into
majority can reject their propaganda. You esteem the intellect of the population far too low, I would say.
Yes.
I don't.
Essentially,
I believe that people can get rid of globalism over time with democratic means, as seen in the case of Trump and Brexit happening in this century.
They're ignoring Brexit.
There's too much momentum behind it presently in the country for them to be able to ignore it.
They're going to ignore Brexit, and then we're not going to get a majority in this election. And then what's going to happen is that they're going to push for a second referendum, and they're going to push all the propaganda and advertising to the state.
UK this week.
I hope that I am proven wrong. But I have every faith in British democracy and the silent majority to get rid of the globalists
but what
in
if?
this election cycle. If we don't, then we deserve to be
Uh-huh.
suckers to the EU parasites.
No, we don't. The problem is that what if the people did vote to remain in the European Union? That wouldn't be what's right for the country. It shouldn't be decided
The
by a
latest
democratic
excuse for not leaving the EU again, Al?
I'm saying that telling people to not vote because it won't change anything is the wrong mindset to have going into.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying vote for an authoritarian party that can get things done, right? And then don't vote
People
again.
should definitely vote. Now's the time to vote.
Yeah, now's the time. If you, in regards to this election, yeah, vote. Definitely vote. But I don't think anything will get changed. What will happen is that we'll just remain in the EU, but with some weird contract agreement where only people who are autistic enough to understand the law.
Tough one as well. Obviously, for people,
if the Conservatives do get a supermajority, will you say openly and declare that democracy has had a victory against the globalist filth?
No way, because I don't even know what that is. Just because they get a majority,
yeah, I certainly hope so.
I don't think it doesn't mean that we're actually going to leave the European Union. Like that's just, it hasn't even begun. They haven't even got the deal for it yet.
I'm not worried about Labour winning. Are you?
I don't want Labour win. Well, they're not going to win, but it doesn't matter. There's no difference between Labour and the Conservatives, really. It's only economic policy that they differ slightly. In regards to cultural,
you worried about
and
Labour winning?
They agree. No, I don't want Labour win because they're obviously economic illiterates and they destroy the economy.
I've been left on my own here.
No, we can hear you.
It's not reply to me.
What?
Started breaking up badly.
But yeah, essentially, just because we get that majority doesn't mean...
Yeah, Red Dog in here.
Yes, he needs to add me as a friend, and then I can get him in here.
But yeah, fundamentally, I just don't support democracy at all. I think it's a bad idea.
We forgot to do Wake Up UK this week, Al.
We will flagellate ourselves to the point of near-death experience through blood loss. In penance.
What?
Alex, would you like to quickly and very discreetly cover Prince Andrew?
Yes, he's being forced to come out and say that he has no relations with or interest with or close affiliations or ties with Epstein because the people surrounding Epstein in his little black book are all going down, and that would necessarily include members of the royal family who bugger children. So he's having to cover his arse, and what else is there to say? Only 3 centuries ago, the royal family of Britain was cannibalizing people. Nowadays, in the 21st century, they get blackmailed with child buggery. Surprise, surprise! Welcome to the real world, suckers! Everybody already knows this now. But everyone didn't know it 2 to 4 years ago.
And this is why they'll use the media to convince everyone to forget about it.
No
they
one
use
will
advertising.
be convinced by the shit-tier media and their mockingbird assets. Trust in the media in Britain is the lowest out of the 28 European nations. The media in America are not listened to and their ratings are in freefall collapsing mode. The power and authority that the mockingbird media have is not so significant that it can't be overcome. If there was no hope, their propaganda wouldn't be needed.
What I mean is that they'll just...
Right-wing media has been decimated. It's in hopeless disarray. Right-wing YouTubers are far more talented and capable of reaching higher views than CNN itself, who has plummeted like the absolute pricks they are. We are hopefully going to see a new conservative world, which will actually, hopefully, give some faith. Obviously, we live in a black-pilled society where we know we are outnumbered and outgunned, but at least we're seeing an uphill rise in support and nationalism.
Yeah, but what do the Conservatives stand for on cultural issues? They're exactly the same as Labour. They're in favour of LGBTQ and all this stuff. They're in favour of immigration to a large degree.
I do agree.
You know what I mean?
Glad everyone agrees.
They all agree on
Joe,
that.
you need to send Alex a friend request in Discord. How to do that?
I'm going to the toilet briefly. I'll be right back.
Alex, I need you to go and find Red Dog in
He's already had a
Discord.
friend request sent. He needs to do it on his end. He needs to add me, and then he's in here within 30 seconds. Be right back a moment.
Okay. Well, Street, are you there? Do you want to tell us how you feel about being called, you're now some sort of neo-Nazi, aren't you?
Allegedly, yeah. Allegedly. To be fair, it doesn't bother me. It's the fact that they're continually... Well, I'm not really bothered. A couple of people have said, well, prove it. I don't Damn, sorry. I don't have to prove anything. It's you've made the claim.
You're not racist. As if you're, what, are they suggesting that you go, you carry black children to school every day? What are they suggesting? How you prove that you're not racist, as if you're at the disposition of having to be the one to disprove a claim.
Yeah. And by me going to Poland cemented my fate as being far right, because I actually went. Like I said, I'm not really hard, because if you made the claim, you prove it, and if you can't prove it, then be quiet. The problem is when it gets to the point where it's constantly being said and people are continually saying it on different platforms and stuff, it gets to the point where you're getting a bit annoyed. And so when you defend your position, not that I have to, but I feel I have to defend my position in the sense that some people may think that is correct because I'm not defending my position, then it turns into something a little bit more serious. And so I'm not really bothered one way or another. It's just you can't continually claiming someone is this just because you want to get content, because sometimes it sticks. You know, it's like I've said before. If you plant the seed, the tree will grow. Now, it gets to the point where, because it's constantly being talked about, I have no choice to politely, forcefully say you're wrong.
They don't even know what a National Socialist is. So when they call you a National Socialist, just say...
Glad to hear it. You can't let these buggers get you down, obviously. If oh, good.
Can everyone hear? Can everybody hear Phil? Because he was talking, and I'm not sure if anyone can hear him. He was about to say something, but then...
I haven't been talking over him. I've not been able to hear him.
Yeah, I think... Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear him, because...
Well, I was just saying, the majority...
Come back, mate.
All right.
I think his mic's, because he's actually talking, but we're sort of cutting him off. I'm not sure if he needs to come back. Yes, I think. Yeah, go on, mate. Talk. I think I'm the only one that can hear you. Sorry.
I can hear. Right. You're a bit quiet though, Phil.
Right. Okay, if they call you a National Socialist, just say you don't know what a National Socialist is. It's like when that lister says, you're a fascist. It's like, what's a fascist? I don't know, but you are one. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I was talking to someone the other day on that show, and I honestly, what I said the other day, the amount of times I've schooled him, he could write an encyclopedia, issue 1 to 100 of the times I've made a prick out of him. But I was talking to someone. He piped up. I said, "Right, you got fascist beware written in your title. Explain fascism."
He didn't know.
Right, he couldn't. So, right, in that case, stay out of the conversation. And that was it. He actually went quiet. That's how much of a prat he is. He really is.
He thinks being a fascist is just I don't know, hating black people or something. That's what he thinks a fascist is. It's a bit silly. It's
By
like,
the way, eventually they're going to name subliminal white in-group preference as fascism,
to be fascism.
by the yes.
Yeah.
They literally
Even though you get black fascists.
While they're talking to you, by the way, Phil, while the lefties talk to you, they literally have a list in front of them that says 14 aspects or principles of fascism, and they try to link you up. If you're a high testosterone man, you're a fascist just because you're masculine. Yeah. Normal masculinity is fascism according to these people.
Yeah, and they get those 14 principles from an 11-year-old Marxist. Because I brought that up on Lister. I said, so you're literally getting the definition of fascism from a fucking Marxist. And then one of his points, he says, well, fascists are generally speaking more in favour of traditionalism. I said, well, Mussolini wasn't. So there we go. That's you fucked. There we go. And yeah, it's just the point is that they don't know what fascism is. There are black fascists. There are fascists of every race. It hasn't actually got anything to do with race. There are obviously some fascists who care about race, like National Socialism. But Mussolini didn't give a fuck about race, didn't talk about it, didn't really give a fuck about that, didn't care. It's they use fascism as a slur. They just use it as a slur to mean someone I don't like, and it's just a bit silly. They may as well just say that. They may as well say, I don't like you. It's like, okay, good for you then. Well done. Done a medal or something because you don't like me.
But you know the problem is though, it's if you went back 20 years, you'd probably have to go further back than that. If you go back probably 30, 40 years, if somebody calling you a fascist or a racist, really, and it was seen as, you know, you would really question it, or you know, it would be seen as bad if it was to call you that. It's the same as someone calling you racist. It's the same as calling you, well, they're not these made-up words like Islamophobe and transphobia. They're just made-up words that really don't carry any grounds, except if you're on the left and you can point at people and look at they're the bad people. But the words, you know, the fascist, racist, you're a Nazi and stuff like that, it doesn't mean anything anymore. They're trying to find different words. They have to find different words to label it.
Just say you're a Marxist. Marxists are worse anyway.
But the word
like Marx.
But the word Islamophobia is similar to the word racist, right? Nowadays, like people don't really be cared if they're called like an Islamophobe. But in 30 years, that word's going to have the same weight as being called a racist, man. That's how these words start off.
Well, we need to adopt calling them Marxists and just telling people why Marxists are like. Let's not get shit twisted. Marxists, like real Marxists, not the kind of. Lister has this vision of what Marxism is, where we love everyone, we love animals, we love gays and blacks. But yeah, Stalin and Lenin were not that kind of Marxist. They fucking hated animals. They didn't give a fuck about animals. They'd kill any animal if it got in the way of the revolution.
I asked him how many Muslim or black people at one stage, I remember, you would have found in Stalin's government. I remember this subject coming up.
No. Even Marx didn't like black people. He thought they were like subhuman. Marx did. And,
is it good to react in the same way that they're doing to you? Like, should we just say, "Oh, you're being an Anglophobe," or is that just is reactionary just a pointless exercise?
Well, why not?
Because then you're going down to you're lowering yourself to their standard, right? Is that a good thing to do or isn't? That's a debate I have with myself, like a lot of the time, man.
I try not to get involved with labeling people because I don't see the point, and some of the words that I'll say by calling someone like a transphobe or something like that. The problem is they use these words. I mean, my English ain't too great, and half of these big words that people throw out confuse me to hell. But when you analyse the words that they all, you know, you're a transphobe, and people are over and over again. I'm not scared of no. Sorry, swearing again on this channel. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not scared of no transgender woman or man. What am I going to be scared of? I'm not scared of any Muslim. What am I scared of you for? The only person I'm scared of, mate, is my missus. So it's
just want to put your own people first. It's just like, listen, I want to put my own people first. It's like, you know, I've got my own family, yeah. in the sports day, I cheer on my own kid. Doesn't mean I hate other kids or other families. It's just like I prefer my own people. I want to put my own people first. I hope every other nation does that. I hope every other nation is nationalist and puts its own people first. But with my own
they're
nation,
allowed to. Yeah. They're allowed to.
Well, they're allowed to, yeah.
Yeah, we're not.
Dare say this to the Chinese government.
Yeah, they don't have to use that. They don't have to. I mean, if you went to any other nation state, they wouldn't accept what's happened to our country anyway, and they wouldn't allow it. They wouldn't allow big cities being hijacked into a completely alien culture, because it wouldn't happen there. We wouldn't accept it. So whereas I think we're isolated in the sense that we've allowed this to happen. So by saying now that you'd prefer to have it to be predominantly English and white, maybe, how is that such a slur? It's almost a slur now to say you want to protect what's white in English.
You're not allowed white.
It's not allowed to do it.
Preference.
So,
but exactly. The thing is also is that these lefties tend to be socialists also, and if you're a socialist, you should want to keep wages high. And if you want to keep wages high, you should be against immigration, because the idea is that the more people you have in a nation, the lower the wages will go. So if you are a socialist, if you're like, I care about the working class people, I want them to have higher wages, I want them to have stronger unions. I'm not saying they're a good thing, I'm just saying if you're a socialist, then you should be like, well, obviously I'm against immigration, because that's going to lower the wages and make my unions weaker. See, like being against immigration or wanting to reduce immigration can be both a left and right wing thing, and this is why I want to talk to Lister, because it's like, Lister, you claim to be against the 1% and capitalism, but all of your policies are what they want. All the big globalists love your policies. That look who's on your side. Subway, all these big businesses are all on your side, mate. They're not on our side.
even the company he works for Uber Eats. He travels around.
Yeah, they love it. They love his policies. Dinner. So they love his policies. They're like, we love your policies, Lister.
Exactly.
And he's like, the 1%, I'm against the 1%. It's like, mate, the 1% couldn't agree with you anymore. They fucking love your policies, Lister. You're on their side, you're raging against them, and they're on your side, man. They're definitely on your side. They're not on our side.
No.
So if you are a real social, if you're like, I really care about the working class, I want to make sure they have good wages, I want to make sure they have strong unions, I want to make sure that nature is preserved and we have a decent environment. Let's say you want to reduce CO2 emissions. I want to reduce CO2 emissions. All of these things, right? If you do value them, you should be against immigration. It's like, listen, if you want lower CO2 levels, then you need less people in your nation. If you're just flooding it full of immigrants, that increases production and consumption. If you want high wages, you need less people competing for jobs. So, yeah, it's like, listen, if you really are a socialist, you need to be on our side to some degree. Definitely. Obviously, we can argue about economics, but the immigration question, it shouldn't even be an issue. It should be like, yeah, of course. In fact, there are some old school like Labour politicians who are against, who are against immigration for these reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. They attach themselves to trigger words, and they overuse it, and then they forget what the actual term actually means. So they're so used to just pushing it out. When you get to the point, I mean, I reckon at the start, he did probably know one or two facts about it and use that as his shining light. But the more and more you say you are this person, more and more you're going to meet more educated people, more people that are versed in this type of fascism, how versed you are. Then what you do then is you realise about it. So it's okay when you're talking about fascism with people that don't know what that means, or they're not. You've read one or two books more than somebody else. So yes, you can look clever and make someone look unclever by belittling them because they're not well versed. But when you come across someone that actually does know it, and you've been speaking for a couple of years against fascism, and when you actually ask someone, okay, we'll have a conversation now, what does that mean? He doesn't know. No, and a lot of other people don't know. And the reason being is because they've never really been challenged by someone that knows. So they selectively target people that may not know this, and that's why he goes after certain people.
They make straw mans like the media. What they do is they make a mockery out of like real fascists and real nationalists. Like real nationalists, there are some real nationalist thinkers who can talk forever about this sort of stuff. I mean, not necessarily like fascists, but like I don't know. I'm trying to think of some real nationalists. Douglas Murray, yeah. Instead of putting people like that forward in the media, they'll put Tommy Robinson and people like that. They make like a caricature of what nationalism is, and then people like Lister think that represents nationalism. If Lister had a conversation with Douglas Murray, it wouldn't go very well for him. He'd get slapped.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Really
so
slapped.
He'll go after,
really slapped.
Yeah, he'll go after Tommy. He'll go after Danny Tommy. He'll go after all these other people because he knows they're not well versed on this thing. But when you meet a proper person that is versed on this, he says stuff he wouldn't necessarily say, a bit like what you've got to admit to. So the more and more he comes out on this, the more and more he's going to get challenged, and he isn't going to be able to fight against it. He's going to come around with how many people died in the war.
Street, let me come in here. Street, I have to address this with Lister, because with Lister, he avoids me like the plague, usually. Have to gate crash him to get to him now. Because he is Antifa, and he'll say otherwise, but I will have none of it. I know what he is. He's like a hero icon for the smellies. He lied to his teeth. He uses the red and black colours. He has resisting hate wrapped round him. Lola imagery wrapped round him. Not directly, but the people near him that come up
with a death cult out of the woman, not letting her rest.
It was always going to happen. It was always going to happen. But the point being, just look at him, the people around him. He followed me on Twitter. I just blocked him because I'm so used to getting attacks off him. I'm just going to try and keep this account. But if you look at him, as soon as you look at his account, you see all the characters. I recognise their faces. I knew who they were. Deep, rotten, nasty Antifa members. The sort of people that probably harbour child images. Those sorts of people. You know, proper nut. Don't be mistaken for a second when he says he's not Antifa, not involved.
No, he's definitely, yeah. I've got no doubt.
UAF, stand up to racism. He tries to gain idol sort of dick worship from Antifa members, and is a true and utter degenerate.
Yeah, I've got no doubt he is. It's just the fact now he's losing ground, and the fact that he's gone after people with not maybe the knowledge that some people have got, but now now people are actually seeing him and they're questioning him on a level that he can't get to. He comes across as a prat. I know he comes across like that anyway.
The only thing they kept me straight was that people like the fact people on our political spectrum. That's why but now even the other side have got sick of him. The lefties and the white haters. That's why he's getting it now. Yeah. We've always torn him apart. They've just had enough of his bullshit.
Yeah, the other week when Mr. Rambo absolutely destroyed him was fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that was good as well.
When he said to me, if you're for the black community, come to my local youth club and speak about knife crime to the local gangster, right? Yeah, and Lister would never fucking do that. Do you know why? Because them local fucking gangsters or fucking hoodlums, would fucking laugh in his fucking face and say, "What the fuck? How the fuck can you relate to me?"
Which is the good question. What does he relate to any of them? And this is why you've got people like Haim and everyone else going, who are you sticking up for? Who are you trying to defend? You don't know what it's like to be in these. You live in this your own little bubble, trying to be the white knight for everyone. We don't need you. I mean,
but one of the main things we need to do to the black community is make them aware. Lister is saying exactly what Labour is saying, and that's one thing I try to highlight to people like Captain and that. Just make them aware. Listen, this is the same stuff that Labour have been fucking saying to you lot for fucking years.
And also, they're bad for your community. It's like, listen, if you're a black community, you don't want some fucking liberal pushing shitty liberal values, like degenerate values on your community, like fucking drag queen story time hour and fucking it's okay to have sex with your dead wife and all this sort of shit. You know, it's like you don't need that person in your community. You might hate me, but you definitely don't need that fucking degenerate. We can all agree on that. That's for damn sure.
Someone sent me a meme, and I shared it on some of the Telegram things, and it says, "This is being forced. This is being banned from our classrooms," and it was the Book of Jesus Christ. And they've got the next to it, but this is being allowed in our classrooms. We got some transsexual talking about transgender sex, and I'm like, and it's true. You are literally taking out the Bible and any Christian beliefs from a classroom. Whether you believe in Jesus Christ or not, it's immaterial. The values are there, and they're normal values. So you take that book out of the classroom and you replace it with some man dressing up as a female telling you how this is great. Nah, you can't have that.
And if it's the black community wouldn't be in favour of that. If Lister was honest and said, "I want your children to be exposed to that," they'd be like, "Fuck that! I don't want you around here. No. You're a piece of shit, man."
And the thing is, it's not because it's scared of them. Like oh, you scared? I'm not fucking scared. It's not right. That's it. I don't want it in there.
It's not good for your nation. It's not good.
What kind of parent would not be scared of trans redacted trying to fondle their children in quote story hour? What
they don't need that kind of. They don't even need that kind of education. Like I don't believe that children require sexual education. Really, it should be left. It should be left to the parents. Really, that's the way it should be. You don't need to fucking bring some degenerate into the classroom.
Coming into a 5-year-old's class and confusing the hell out of it just to try and force the normality that this is normal.
Kids at that age, kids at that age only care about custard. That's what they care about. So they don't give a fuck. They don't know our relation. And you should be teaching them more relationships that are beneficial to the nation. That's what it should be about. Education should be about making people physically and psychologically more healthy.
Teaching kids about same sex is just so like backwards, because it's like if everyone was same sex, there would be no children.
No, it's not good for them either. It's like talk to gay people. If you said to gay people, "We've got a cure for it. We will cure." I'm not saying there is a cure, but if you said to them, "We do have a cure," they'd probably take that cure, because it's not a good life to have at the end of the day. They have
How long do you think it's going to be before they say to a little boy that a boy that age 3 can identify as a man? Like, that's not going to be far off.
Yeah, this is.
What argument can they have against that? Go ahead.
Yeah, age is a social construct. Yeah, that's what they'll say. Age is a social construct, bigot.
Yeah,
I found a loophole.
And then you'll have 30-year-old men who will say, "Oh, I feel like I'm 14, but I want to go back to school as a little girl."
And then I'll try stop that, and Lister will say, "You're no authoritarian! You're infringing on our freedoms!" It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. At some point, the grown-up in the room has to come in and say, "Lister, your values are wrong. The left, your values are wrong. You don't understand how the economy works. You don't understand how morality works. I'm sorry, but you're not allowed freedom in that regard because your policies are stupid." That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. If you care about your nation, you have to at some point.
I have to make a promise to someone in the chat. Black Hole, I promise at some point I will speak to Lister again. He says, "I love boxing, but I'd rather watch a debate with Vinnie and Lister than Tyson Fury and Wilder." So I promised myself I wouldn't go on them.
Shall we set up an official debate request, by the way, sir? Get some of the meme smiths involved.
Alex, you was with me the last time. Do you remember when he had his mate with him and he was being really cocky and we were asking him for dates and times and there was ever none of it? I've offered to talk. Do you know what? And the amount of snaking he's done. Well, I'll talk to you about it later. But honestly, we'll bump into him on one of the streams if you like, but he's such a slippery little eel. You say, "All right, let's have a chat then," and then he'll just smile out of it. He'll just smile out of it and say, "No, I need time to prepare." Well, no,
That's
you
okay,
either
sir.
care about your policies or you don't.
With him in a formal debate setting, it'll be fun.
Sometimes I say, right, let's do it right now. He says, "No, I need time to prepare for the subject." Well, in that case, why are you so, vehement on your...
Okay, we'll give you 2 days' time. Let's do this. We'll have a blood sports arena set up within the hour.
But Alex, you're an exception to his rule. I've already asked him for that, and his response was, "No, Alex is an exception to his rule."
Oh, of course, I'm a quote exception.
Can't have it. Yeah, I've said it to him time and time again. You was there. Remember when we was mugging off that Hassan guy? After the guy who cried when I brought up about TERFs, when he was talking about transgenders.
Yes,
and cried and
the
left
international Antifa community because they think that they will fare better because they are more upfront in their madness. But they don't fare better in the end. Anyway, let's make some artwork asking him out for a debate, and then let's make some artwork as with me as a spurned damsel by the Chad Mr. Lister. Shall we do that, sir?
What you want to offer him, do you?
It ain't gonna happen.
I think that it would be thoroughly entertaining.
It out, the amount of times I've spoke to him on streams hundreds of times, every time it's like beating an injured fox. It's a waste of your time, mate.
I guarantee you, this is what he'll say.
Well, there's the response list they already give when I asked him. That's what when I asked Lister to debate you, Alex. There's a response he give.
Yeah, this is another response. This is another one he'll respond. He'll say that he hasn't got time, and he'll say because I'm really busy, so we can do it in a couple. And we've said to him, you've been on here for the last 2 hours. Wait, you haven't got time. Oh no, I'm really busy. So he's on the street. He's on people's streams for like 2 hours a day, but he hasn't got time to have a proper debate where he's going to be scrutinised. And all he'll say is, I haven't got time. I'll have to do it in a couple of months because I'm really busy. But you're on here now. You've been on here an hour so far. We could have already done this, and that's how we'll get out of it. Unless you corner him.
Just talk about morality whenever you talk about morality.
He was saying on about fascism the other day, moaning at someone. I think it was actually you that was on, wasn't it, Anglo?
Yeah, it was me. Yeah.
To gate crash you like that, but I just wanted to catch him out. I never get to see him anymore. Give him a hard time.
And now Phil's shown. Now Phil's shown his cards. He's going to avoid him like the plague as well.
Yeah, we'll just talk about morality. Whenever I see him, I'm always going to talk about morality.
He'll avoid you like the plague now, mate. I'm telling you. He sees you on there, he'll jump.
So let's talk about morality. Let's have a discussion about that, Lester.
Yeah.
But that's what a lot of them do, right? They'll jump on there when Jupiter's on there, yeah. But they'll never jump on when someone like Phil's on there. Never.
Marxists won't though, because this is the thing. Marxists don't believe in morality either. They don't believe in morality. They think it's a bourgeois construct to oppress the poor people. That's why they can quite easily eat the dead, fuck the dead, kill innocent people, kill dogs. I mean, Che Guevara hung a puppy. He hung a puppy with a rope. It was fucking really evil, that was. There was no need for that whatsoever. And this is the point. It's quite common with Marxists is that they completely reject morality. Their only focus is making an equal economic society. In regards to morality, they couldn't care less. They don't care about what's morally good.
Are you not shocked, Phil, by how you walk about and you see people wearing Che Guevara T-shirts? I was listening
this man was deeply disturbing.
I was listening to, sorry, because I can't forget this point. I was listening to an old boss, Ricky Gervais and Carl Pilkington. I quite often put them on to go to bed, and I put one on. It was about 10 years old, and they was talking about how Che Guevara was such a great man, and people were ringing in talking about how great he was, and I just felt sick.
Yeah,
I thought, is that how oblivious?
He wasn't great at all. He was an evil man. Che Guevara was very evil. I mean.
But it's where this is turning into. I call it fashionable at the moment. Islam is fashionable. People, you sort of I'm Muslim. Yeah, even if you're not, I've seen people say that they are because at the moment now it's fashionable to be that. It got to the point where it was fashionable to wear Che Guevara stuff. It was fashionable to
That's it. They don't understand.
That's okay, though. The left don't breed as much as the conservatives, so all we have to go through is one generation of absolute cesspit Marxist indoctrination, and afterwards, because they don't breed at all is well.
We've got North Africa and the Middle East to contend with. Are you joking? Never mind the birth rates of...
not going to be outbreeding conservatives according to the demographic trends.
Well, the demographic trends
Yeah,
are not taking into account the illegal immigration. They're not registering, and they're hiding from us.
That's not what these demographics are counting. They're counting the amount of children per liberal couple versus conservative couple, and the conservative couples are have a much higher birth rate, at least a third.
Fine, that's fine. But no offence to anyone or any particular country, but specific countries in Northern Africa will pump out more kids than they know what to do with, and not care how much it costs.
Absolutely.
And them statistics are done on America, right? And American conservatives are a lot more religious, so I don't think you can compare that to England.
Well, you can compare it to the lot of Eastern Europe, Hungary, Poland, and so forth that are having a baby boom.
They're not, though. If you look at their fertility rate, it's still very, very, very low.
Hungary is past replacement rate.
I don't think it is.
Currently, Hungary is past replacement rate and doing well because of the government incentives to for people to form families.
Yeah, you have to remember, Alex. A lot of their conservatives are just as degenerate as like the lefties, man, in their country. You know? So I don't think we can apply them statistics from America to over here, because most of the conservatives in America are still really, really religious.
Not for the globalized nations that have anti-white, pro-sterilization agendas floating about. Quote, the Great Reduction.
Yeah, but that's just not happening in our communities. That's happening in everyone's community.
No, that's happening in London. Billboards with from a group, a Netherlands or Dutch, I believe, group called the Great Replacement, openly promoting white sterilization. That wakes a lot of people up.
I thought that was a hoax.
No, it's not.
No, that was true.
Called the Great Reduction, and there's a Dutch company in charge of it. Go to Google and type in the Great Reduction.
Yeah, but the thing is with Hungary is that Hungary is using the state to increase its fertility rate, and also it's still at 1.45. It needs to get to 2.1 to be above replacement. Hungary's just as fucked as we. It's worse than.
It's at 1.45.
Just type in Hungary.
Is Jay in here? Is Jay in this chat? Oh, yeah, Omnis is in here as well. Omnis. Hello. John Miss. Sorry to cut you off there, Phil. Sorry, I just wanted to get them involved.
Right. Didn't want to interrupt. Hello, everybody.
Hello, boys. Welcome to the party. Good to see you online, Omnis. Omnis is a man with much knowledge, but has always lurked in the shadows. It's good to see him venture out of the shadows, all the way from California.
Yeah,
all the way from...
Try to stay a bit infamous, but, you know, sometimes things are pretty important, like Roger Stone, Trump, Hong Kong. All this stuff's really important. I wanted to talk about...
Go into detail about Hong Kong. Omnis, give us a rant, because you was really into it, and I want to do a video. I want to do a video over the week about it. But go into a rant about Hong Kong, and we'll all listen, and then give our opinion afterwards. Audience, listen in tight, because Omnis has been really paying attention to this. Go, Omnis, go.
I will do that. But first, more importantly, well, not more importantly, but more importantly to me, at least, Roger Stone. This guy... has been, there was an attempted assassination. I don't know if anybody remembers this. Roger Stone was poisoned with polonium, that they tried to say he was a Russian agent because he was poisoned with polonium and it couldn't have come from anywhere else. Okay. Now, they found out that the person who had contact with the laboratory that had this agent was connected with the people that tried to frame Donald Trump for Russia. Nobody talks about it. Nobody remembers it. I remember when it happened crystal clear, because let me get this out. So Roger Stone became very ill very quickly after talking about some things that were pretty serious about Epstein and the Clinton Foundation, things like that, right? He starts showing symptoms real quick, and everybody just thinks he has the flu. I start spamming every InfoWars channel. He's been poisoned. He's been poisoned. He's been poisoned. Bunches of other people start doing it across all platforms. Eventually, they tested him, and he lived. He's one of the only people that have ever survived polonium poisoning. They shot him. Somebody shot him in his backyard with a dart that glanced his back and cut with polonium poison. Now they're framing him and basically saying that he's lying when he's not, with nothing but conjecture. The judge herself is an Obama appointee and a Clinton supporter. There was There was a lot of problems with the witnesses, with people on the jury being tied directly to the Mueller investigation and to Trump. The judge basically said that it's okay if people are biased. That doesn't excuse them from being jurors, which is completely ridiculous. Or excuse me, a conflict of interest. I forgot exactly what she said, but it's ridiculous. So if anybody's out there listening, you definitely want to look into that. Now, all right, now I'm going to get to Hong Kong. And please, Trump, pardon Roger Stone, because if the government does not stand up to these high treasonous people, high treason being people in high government committing treason, and we got rid of the Subversion Act for a reason, because it was it was already treason. It's like, why are you going to have two charges for the same thing? High treason is high treason. These people are committing high treason. They're using the levers of power in government in order to subpoena people for things that they're not guilty of, and then digging into them as hard as they can to try to find something that they've done that's wrong. And they keep raising the bar for what they are actually being accused of. In fact, in some cases, they're not even accusing these people of a crime. They're just wildly investigating them. Right. Okay, I'll get off of that. Hong Kong. Hong Kong is really important because there's images of polytechnic students in Hong Kong. Some of the most innovative and creative people, some of the brightest minds for engineering and ingenuity on the planet. Polytechnic Hong Kong. They have turned the entire university into a fortress, and I mean a full-blown fortress. These people have no weapons. They have no guns. So what they've done is they've taken steel poles and they've dug cement out of the ground, and that's really saying something. I mean, this is a real clear example of why it's important that citizens have at least some guns. Like, Europe is okay because they've got hunting licenses and whatnot. Citizens aren't allowed to have the guns leave their house, but they do exist. Hong Kong doesn't have any of that. So they've been digging up the cement with poles and piling bricks in little pyramid piles in grid patterns very specifically so that they're easy to grab and throw, right? They're also lining hundreds and thousands of Molotov cocktails up against the wall. On one level of the university, they've got tables laid out of flammable material, tables laid out of armor, tables laid out of masks. I mean, if you're looking at it, it looks like a giant Christmas sale, but that's not what it is. You know what I mean? This is like full-on World of Warcraft, picking things up off of tables, getting ready to go to war. And these students were saying to the cameras things like, we know that we're going to die today. We know that we're going to die. We're facing the Chinese military and the government. And they are coming to kill us. We will not stop. We're going to fight for our country. We do not fear China, and we're going to fight. And it was honestly really moving. But these kids, they're willing to fight to the death. They've transformed that entire college into a battlefield. They've been practicing Molotov cocktails in the empty swimming pool. They're using bows and arrows and ignited bows and arrows, like actual fire arrows. They're using slingshots to launch Molotov cocktails hundreds and hundreds of feet. These are not protesters by any means. This is a rebellion. And they are making it very clear that they are fighting for their homeland.
Alex, can you go and find the footage while Omnis is typing? Don't do anything sensitive because your computer is on screen. Omnis, have you got anything you can link to him so he can? In fact, no, because I don't want to go into his inbox. Just go to YouTube and see what you can find. Most of that will be hidden, though, won't it?
Also, there has been some Chinese nationalists, quote unquote. There's been talk on 4chan that these people have been identified as actual police military agents that are not citizens. What they have said is anyone that is openly criticizing China should be exterminated no matter how far away, what country they're in. They will not allow dissent. You understand? This is basically a ethnic cleansing that's going on in China. Has several subraces of people, and the Hans are HAN are the ones that are basically becoming like the Nazis were and trying to exterminate everybody else that's not them, like the Tibetan monks, the Falun Gong. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it correct, but these exterminations are happening very clearly to arrest these people. So the Muslims, the Uyghurs, anybody that's of an ethnic minority is being sent to basically concentration camps in China for their beliefs, for their culture, and they're being exterminated in those camps. And those camps, they're taking their blood types, they're taking their medical records, and they're analyzing these people's bodies very carefully to see who is acceptable to be a donor. So if some rich person comes in, like a globalist or somebody comes into China and says, I need to order a liver or a heart. They check and see which one of their people that they have in these concentration camps that lines up with their blood work. And then they go and strap these people down and harvest their organs while they're alive, completely with absolutely no anesthesia in some cases, specifically so that there's more adrenaline pumping through the organs when they extract them, so that there's a better chance of them surviving in the donor that they're going into. These types of practices are obviously inhuman, and we can't. I would say that we shouldn't allow this type of activity to happen on our planet without consequence or some type of trade embargoes. I don't know why I flip over everything in America and it's made in China. It seems ridiculous to me. But these people are taking a stand against their government. They're willing to fight to the death. And honestly, I hope that that Donald Trump says, you know what, we're annexing them, because I don't like World War. I don't like war. I'm not a warmonger, but what I see going on over there, I would be willing to go over there and fight. I'd be willing to take that fight to the mainland, and I don't care how many of them there are. Like, I don't think those people care if they're about to face certain death either. You know what I mean? But that's what's going on in Hong Kong. If we allow this to happen, the problem is this is all timed. Hong Kong is being timed in coordination with Brexit, Trump's impeachment. If you look at the list of, Chile, Argentina, all of these countries that are having these problems around the world, all of the protests that are creating the civil insurrections in these countries and the problems in these countries are normally being funded by the same people. Like, I don't want to mention any names, but I think we're all thinking pretty loudly about which societies and foundations are doing these types of things, right? But it kind of seems like they're trying to coordinate a massive problem on the globe where you've got several major countries going to civil war. And make no mistake, they're trying to push you to civil war. They don't want you to have Brexit, not because they don't want you to have Brexit, because they want you to riot in the streets and they want half your country to be divided and fighting against the other half. If they can get the United States and Britain and several other major countries in the world to go into civil war, they can then come in and onto that guys and say, you know what? We need to prevent these civil conflicts by constructing a global governance. And then they can try to come in by force and say, you know what?
Divide and conquer, one of the oldest tactics.
It's almost like they're using each area as a test case. And exactly. How much further they can push it, and how much further they can push it, and how much more they can get away with each time.
Honestly, I think it's important that all Americans stand with Britons as far as all Britons stand with Trump as far as impeachment. And I think it's important for all nations to stand with Hong Kong when you see China literally just bringing tanks and troops into there. There's been talks about trucks that are outfitted with septic equipment specifically for getting rid of bodies secretly so that they don't have to ship masses of people to China to be executed, because the visuals of that would be amazing. Just seeing hundreds of people being loaded onto train cars, just like olden days, to go back to China to be, punished in the mainland by execution. I think that they're going to do it a lot more quietly this time and start trying to remove people in place, at least key people in these movements. Anyway, they're fighting right now as we speak, live in Hong Kong at this college. They have set up cement barricades. They've got one level of the college, they're creating cement. Another level of the college, they're creating, bombs, all sorts of things. Like, these are not peaceful protesters. These are revolutionaries that are trying to take their country back in a civil insurrection. And I think it's important that the whole globe pays attention to it, spreads the news. Don't just stay focused on, we're in England, we need to push Brexit. You need to focus on everything. All of us need to band together against this global civil war tyranny bullshit.
But, yeah, and you've got people in Hong Kong literally fighting and willing to die for their own democracy, and then you've got morons in the UK protesting for communism in central London. It's absolutely ludicrous how moronic some people are.
As far as Trump and the impeachment goes, I watched that whole 5-hour hearing, and all I heard was 90% waxing people's egos, like nothing but here's my biography, here's all the awards that I won in the military, and here's my cat. You know what I mean? And Congress people asking, how did that make you feel? As if it's a therapy session. And the amount of actual evidence that was there wasn't any real evidence. There was a lot of hearsay, a lot of he said, she said, I heard from this person that heard from that person that heard from that person. Somebody at one point in the trial even said that hearsay can be more powerful than firsthand knowledge, which is just fucking ridiculous.
But do you not think, does anybody think this is going to lead to some sort of war, as in a general war, whether it's located with East, or do you think that this could actually turn out to be a world war if they actually do this in their streets? Because surely we can't just allow the people to be having, you know, like fucking shot in the street, being run over, having smoke bombs go through people's skulls and stuff like that. Surely this can't be accepted in any other country except there. This would be.
I think you
all we can do is spread awareness, talk about it, not let it be isolated. Let them know that the whole world is not ignoring it because we've got bigger problems of our own. Let them know that the rest of the world outside of them, is talking about this because we don't like it. Spread it everywhere.
They don't care if you talk about it though. Like, you still trade with them. That's the problem. You still trade with China. They don't give a fuck if you talk about them.
That is a problem. But they care. They care about the globe, because the thing is, if we are paying attention, it makes it more likely that we are willing to go and annex Hong Kong and go to war with China because they're.
If you go war with China, you're finished. There's no way that America could go war with China.
Let's not get into that now. I completely disagree. 100%. I think that.
What do you think you could take on China without mass casualties and economic warfare?
I didn't say without mass casualties. I just said that we could make it.
Well, is it worth it? Is it worth it for Hong Kong? At the end of the day, I know I'm probably the only one on the panel, but I kind of support China on this. I do. I think that they should take Hong Kong. In all fairness.
Well, I agree to this.
This straight. You're okay with China
Trump
slaughtering Hong Kong citizens and illegally occupying their territory? Why?
Well, I'm not in favour of illegally occupying it, but slaughtering
so
people.
How can you be in favour of the illegal occupation of the territory with military forces slaughtering the population and raping women?
That's not what he said.
No, but he literally just said, I'm okay with China moving into Hong Kong. What does that mean?
Listen, they chose to leave Britain. They wanted to leave the empire. They were like, oh, we want to leave the empire. It's like, well, this is what happens, mate. That's what happens. You got your independence now.
So,
wanted to be their own sovereign nation.
Morality or empathy, you're okay with the Chinese bringing military into Hong Kong and slaughtering them.
Alex, if he decides to be flippant, that's his decision. Don't you dare. We've had this conversation.
Don't worry.
Honestly,
I'm going to take the middle position. It's perfectly fine for China to move into Hong Kong and slaughter its people. Okay, Vin, don't worry.
It's ridiculous.
No, not slaughter the people. I don't agree with them slaughtering the people. But it is their land. Like, Hong Kong belongs to China. It belonged to China, and then it was given to Britain, and then the lease went up, and then it went back to China. That's the history of it.
I don't care who it actually legally belongs to. If you are a country and you start basically creating genocide and democide in your country, then I have the right under maritime law as a separate country to annex you. To say you do not have the right to abuse your citizens.
I don't think that's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to do that.
Well, agree to disagree. I want to get back to Trump before I forget that. Okay, so there's some things going on with the Trump impeachment trial. All right. So we've got an issue where they're claiming that there was a quid pro quo, and there's a lot of other people are saying that there was quid pro quo. On the phone call between President Trump and the Ukrainian president, there was several other, like dozens of people, academic scholars, ambassadors, stenographers, the CIA, the NSA, all of the people on the other side, of the phone call, and all of their people. There was a lot of people listening into that phone call, and I guarantee you it was transcripted, witnessed, and recorded 1,000 different ways. And what Trump actually said is absolutely nothing like what they said. They actually said that he said things like, I want dirt on Biden and I want it now. Like, not even a fucking ridiculous mob boss would say that. They're making things up out of the idea of Trump in their head. But let's put this into perspective out of a precedent. They are claiming that what Trump did by asking Ukraine to investigate the Bidens for political corruption by mishandling the United States tax dollars is not legal because he stands personal gain or personal political gain, or because Joe Biden is running for president. Now, that might matter if that was the only thing. However, national security doesn't give a shit about your personal benefit. If something is for national security, it doesn't matter if the president himself is benefiting. As long as the nation and national security is benefiting, that's it. He's allowed to do it, period. Secondly, there was no actual quid pro quo. He told the president, I would like you to investigate the Bidens. Meanwhile, in the background, while they were doing a transition, which is normal, when they transition power, what we do is we have to recertify all the money that we send to them by saying, okay, are they putting corrupt officials in power? So we very temporarily hold aid so that we can see who's going into power and who's doing what. Right? So Trump withheld the aid. Then he had the phone call with him saying, I'd really like you to investigate the Bidens. Phone call ended. And then sometime later, the media said it was quid pro quo, but they're not connected in any way. He did not mention the funds or bring up the funds. And in fact, by the time the Ukrainian president decided to look into the Biden case and have somebody look into the Biden case and agreed to do it, he was not aware that Trump had revoked aid. He wasn't even aware of it because it was normal procedure. So when people made him aware of it, they lied and said that he was going to do a CNN interview exposing Trump. That was just completely ridiculous.
Notice how both the whistleblower's lawyer and Adam Schiff's close friend, both of them are child buggerers, and that Trump is working up the ladder of this blackmail entrapment cabal, sir.
I'm glad you brought that up.
In the text of the YouTube stream, I've linked two sources. The first is about Adam Schiff's good friend having cocaine-fueled parties with little boys, and the second is redacted, the quote Trump whistleblower's lawyer being involved in giving backstage passes to Disney World to people that have pedophile criminal backgrounds. So
that's not all.
As they work up the ladder, when they say the walls are closing in on Trump, the walls in fact are closing in on the deep state and their blackmail, entrapment, child buggery rings.
I agree. But that's not all. I don't know if you heard about what happened with Larry Elders. Larry Elders went back on InfoWars and exposed some pictures of Adam Schiff dressing in Egyptian clothes, taking pictures of himself like Aleister Crowley. Now think about Adam Schiff's crazy eyes. Now think of the famous Aleister Crowley photo with him in Egyptian garb with him staring with the crazy eyes. Now you know why Adam Schiff has those crazy eyes. At those parties, he would dress up in complete and total ceremonial garb. He hangs out with most of the main pedo ring. And the stuff that's going to come out from that very quickly is going to be amazing. That.
Yeah, just so you know, the people that screech loudest against Trump have some very, very dark and spooky skeletons in their closet, ladies and gentlemen. Stay frosty this Christmas. And the leftist salt mines, both when the impeachment goes nowhere, as well as Brexit happening if the Conservatives get a majority, the salty leftist tears are going to be overflowing and overwhelming.
Alex, have you ever heard of the Polish are against 447?
Are against
what? 447.
I have no idea what that is.
If you put Google.
Alex, when he addresses this street, before you address this, Alex, when he addresses this, just let him talk about it. Don't comment on it. Go enough.
Go on.
Basically, there's a movement in Poland at the moment. So if you want to put this in, #stop 447 Poland, and basically it's to do with when the Polish country fell, and when they got their independence back, some of the land that they took back was Jewish owned. So what they're saying now is because they took it back after the First World War and they claimed sovereignty again, they're saying the legal owners of some of the land and buildings is actually Jewish. And they're actually, Donald Trump has signed an act to say that's illegal to do.
Okay, well, that's good overall.
I would,
the illegal acquisition of wealth is something that Soros did, and any Jew who does so should be deeply ashamed of themselves.
But no, that's the point. The Polish people have been forced to hand land back to the Jewish, to the Jews.
Well,
so if you have a look at it, and then see what you think about it.
So, Alex, the point being, under the word of what these people claim is, or what people may or may not claim is theirs, will then be returned to them.
Yeah.
Forced by who? Who's forcing though? Who's forcing them to give the land back?
All we know so far is Trump signed a document which says he agrees with this. So it's just information. That's all it is.
Yeah. So if you do a Google
just
thing
for
now.
clarity, Trump agrees with Jews seizing Polish land.
Yeah. If you look into it, I'll put the article up for you.
Right.
Dre only knows this because he was on the ground in Poland. It's not well known. That's what I mean. That's why it's a sensitive subject.
Has anybody else signed this agreement other than Trump? Do we know of any other leaders? Is it a world leader thing? Is it a UN-led thing?
I'm going to put this link up for you, and then everyone can read it, so I don't mischaracterize anything. It's called Act 44.
Uncompensated survivors today, right.
It's a very big movement in Poland. 447 is literally everywhere. It's what I wanted to speak to Darius about, but we didn't really get a chance. So it's one of the reasons why I want to go back over there.
Right, and where is the link to Trump signing off on this?
It says here it went through the US Senate on the 12th of December 2017, and then went through the House of Representatives on the 24th of April 2018. So the Senate was not was Republican back then, wasn't it? And it passed the House on a motion to suspend the rules, and in an almost empty chamber, where a handful of representatives agreed by a very weak voice. So it sounds like it got through really ropey. It says the Act 447 was signed by President Trump on May 9th, 2018.
Just going to put something else in the chat as well. This was part of the protest. If you have a look at that page, one of the banners says, Mr. President, why did you impose $300 billion? I can't see the rest. Okay, but you can read it yourself. You get there.
Yes, much appreciated. This is something I vehemently disagree with the president on.
Yeah, so if you have a read of that, it's quite concerning.
Go on.
But it's a massive movement in Poland at the moment. Huge.
The desire to stop it, the movement to stop it, yes?
Yeah, to stop it, yeah.
Good.
And it sounds like it's got through on a very sort of cloak and dagger push.
Yeah, and this is, I think, why not a lot of people have heard about it, unless you're in Poland. A lot of the people I spoke to are very versed on it, but I've never heard of it. Alex, you're into politics heavily, never heard about it. Phil, have you heard about this?
No, never.
No, there you go. Phil hasn't heard about it. So this is how this isn't in the public interest, I don't know. A lot of people that are well versed in politics don't know about it. Now, I only knew because I was wondering why everyone had stickers and banners saying hashtag stop 447. So they give me a brief description of what it was about. And to be fair, it's pretty fucking. God, I swore again. Pretty shocking. I keep forgetting I'm on this panel, not on my own.
It says here that Polish Americans lobbied heavily and intensively against it.
Yeah.
But all their accounts were completely ignored during the appeal. There was none of the Polish Americans' accounts were taken into consideration.
See, this is shocking when you read about it. I won't do it justice by explaining what I know, except sending the links.
2 weeks, then 2 weeks later, it was signed by the US president. I'm just scanning through that, obviously, link what you sent me. Just trying to pick out bits of information.
It's not good, though, is it?
No.
It's not good at all.
But so if this has gone through an American court, then it must be being enforced by the United States. But I can't see how they can enforce this.
Don't know.
What are the
they have
thoughts
jurisdiction
on the ground in Poland when it comes to its enforcement? How much of it has been enforced?
Well, I think it's still going through, but I believe that the amount of people that are talking and protesting about it, it's getting some traction. But the problem is most of the Western world don't know about it, and it's strange how a lot of people in politics are unaware of it. Whether there's a mass cover up and it's only been shown in certain medias, but you would expect this to be more known, but it's not.
How did you get your picture like that? That looks so good. It's just your face in the middle of nothing. How did you do that? Did you just cut it out and get the?
I'm going to make you one, Ben.
I think this is in more than one country, from what I can gather. But Poland's
it's in neighbouring countries.
Affected.
But Poland are the one that are pushing it forward.
It's to do with assets. To do with assets seized through the Holocaust. Reinstitution for wrongly seized or transferred Holocaust era assets.
See, one person I spoke to, they said, well, if they're going to push this through, can we take our country back? Because if you look at how big Poland was before the breakup of, when they got independence after the First War, if you look at the country, how big it was before it broke up, it was probably double the size. And they're saying, well, if we've got to do reparations to this, then maybe we can have our country back as.
It's saying the Secretary of State has to basically submit the legislation 18 months after the date of enactment. So if it was 2018, it'd be about six months into next year when it should come into force. At the start of next year.
And now what they're saying now is it's the people that are protesting about this, again, they're classing it as far, which they normally do.
Yeah.
What it says here is the headline of one of them will see it was far support protest against of Jewish property. But again, I'm surprised not many people know about it, because most people I spoke about have never heard of it. And I think if this is a test case and this goes through and they're having to give their land and buildings and property back or some sort of reparation, you can almost guarantee that it's going to go over a field. Maybe they're using this as a test. Don't know.
Like they do with most things. But it's not, but like it's saying, they stating clearly, obviously, Poland didn't align at all with the Germans or the Soviets for any sort of political, economic, social gain during the war. So I can't see how they have to pay anything back.
Well, they reckon it's valued at 300 billion.
Oh, it says 100. Yeah, 100. Yeah.
300 billion dollars. That is being forced upon reparations or land grab. It's interesting, wasn't it?
So what organisations are behind this, just out of curiosity? Do we have their names?
I don't really know. I mean, I've looked into it very minimal. I was waiting to speak to. I was waiting for this panel to do it so I could mention it. I mentioned it to Vinnie and sent him some certain things, but again, it's not well written about. There's no sort of press that has highlighted it in the sense that everyone, the normal man on the street knows.
Well,
but the Polish people, wow. They're
finishing
not
this
happy.
article here, it says that Germany has paid since 1952 under the Luxembourg Agreement the equivalent of $100 billion to individuals, Jewish organisations, and the State of Israel. So if you're saying a figure of 300 billion would be what Poland would be saddled with, that'd be 3 times the amount what the Germans have had to pay back to people affected by the obviously the Nazis, which would be ridiculous.
Yeah, you collapse the economy. Maybe that's what they're doing because they're actually moving more to the right. They're taking nationalism back. They're going a way that that most of the Europeans in the world don't want. They're enticing the Polish people to come back. They're giving them incentives to come back because at the moment now they're being forced to import 2 million people for labour from foreign, say alien. What's that word I was saying?
Well, obviously, you see a lot of people around Europe, especially in populist movements, sort of look at Poland and Hungary as like the beacons of nationalism within, within Europe. So to look to them almost with envy now, rather than where before you think
that's
bloody
the point.
Poles, wouldn't you?
A couple of people I spoke to as well, they were on about, we talked about immigration and stuff, and they said, well, they don't want to import alien culture.
No.
So the country at the moment now is actively seeking to bring nationals back with incentives of encouraging them to have children back in their own country. Yeah. They're giving them, they don't have to apply for anything. If you have a kid, you get 500 zlotys per child. They're bringing them to come back. They're promising pay rises, not pay rise, minimum wage increases just to bring them over, because the worry is that they're going to seek immigration from another country. Well, when you look at anywhere else in Europe and you see the dilution of the national country, it's something they don't want. So they can't have a country like Poland succeeding in this.
So
because
they're not going to break them. They're not going to break them spiritually. They're going to break them financially. Is it?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So this here, Justice for Uncompensated Survivors Today, Act of 2017, the former version of it is the Terrorism Declaration, that was a non-binding declaration that issued by 47 countries on June 2009, agreeing on measures to right economic wrongs that accompanied the Holocaust against the Jews and other victims of Nazi persecution in Europe, if it is neither a treaty nor legally binding international. So the former version of this law was, quote, non-binding, just like the UN Global Compact on Migration is currently, quote, non-binding. And then this law comes in and makes it binding for 47 European nations to be pay pig suckers to redacted because of emotional blackmail. Interesting.
Yes.
Once again, punishing the son for the sins of the father, or the grandson in this case.
Well, the grandson, it would be even further back, wouldn't it? It would be. You're going back 2-3 generations.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is
generation after generation. We're talking before. I mean, the breakup of Poland. I mean, to get their independence, it was after the First World War. So, you took time.
It's 3, 4 generations, easy.
Yeah,
now,
of course
it? You're talking.
Yeah.
It's not even it's not even getting to the point of recent history, isn't it? So over 100 years is.
Yeah.
It's a long time ago.
And like I said, this may be a test case to see if it can be. I think it's shocking, anyway. Something that needs to be in the press and maybe highlighted.
Certainly needs.
So Donald Trump, the the national Polish people do not like the Americans.
But I'd like to know. I want to know is how can America enforce this upon Poland? How can they force upon them?
I'm looking into it. The only thing that I can think is that they took Poland for a brief while after the war, but I can't find it anywhere. But I'm Googling.
But they don't like Americans. Definitely don't.
Boys, I'll be back shortly. Or if I'm not back, then have fun discussing absolutely beautifully sensical issues with Alex. I'm sure that he won't drive you potty at all. Right, so I'll speak to you shortly. All right.
Peace.
Compulsory nap time in the crib, is it, sir? Have a good one.
Not quite, not quite. Everyone, please go to the link list and follow all of our links. We are basically the shadow people. We lurk in the darkness. We are shadow banned to oblivion. Help us fight this war against us and our identity, and go and sub, for Christ's sake. Right. See you all later. Take care.
Bye.
Think for yourself and all that jazz. Take care.
So basically, this is basically a punishment for Poland not accepting the immigration, right? This is basically what happens when you don't accept immigration.
Oy vey.
Yeah.
It seems to be that way. They've got to try and crush nationalism, haven't they? Crush national.
They have to crush it because it's so alive there. It's that they want to bring their nationals back. So they're encouraging birth for nationals because they want to keep alive the people. They want to keep the lineage pure. They want to keep the lineage.
Where'd Vinnie go? Hey Alex, check your DMs. Click that video.
Yeah, so basically they financially bankrupt you, which will make you basically accept immigrants into your country to boost your GDP. That's what they're basically trying to do.
Yeah. So what they're trying to do now is to bring them all back with massive incentives. So they. But
the problem Poland is going to have in the future is all these immigrants settled in Europe without the years are soon going to be eligible to go to whatever country they want to go to.
Yeah.
We haven't helped them. We haven't helped Poland by allowing immigration in our country. So like, yeah, bring the Poles in. We fucked over
We
Poland.
haven't helped. Phil, you got a good point there, because I've said this before. You know, everyone's keep harping on about how good we've got all these doctors and nurses and everything coming around the world. And what I've said to them is, okay, if you take an underprivileged country where that country has had to support their training and stuff, and you bring them all over, that keeps that country in a third world status. And then when the next one's trained up, you bring them all over. But that's not just the worst part, because we're taking the best, and then the worst come illegally. We take the first legally, so what's left of it? You're basically keeping them into a shell.
Yeah, and as Liam just brushed upon, the reality is that the business owners and the people who run the government, they don't give a fuck about the nation. They care about GDP.
Yeah.
Because the bigger the economy is...
See that on your screen? Listen, hold on. Unmute and listen to what that girl has to wait. Go back, Al. Go back to that girl. Listen to what she was saying. Not back, Al.
Shut the police inside, they say. It's more miserable than higher education. And this could turn out to be...
What are you not hearing? Because I can't hear anything.
I can't hear anything either.
I can't hear.
You guys not hear me?
No.
I can hear you, but I can't hear what you're listening to, what Alex is doing.
Much hope. But we want
you got desktop sound enabled?
If you could all be quiet while the video plays, the audience will be able to see it. Give it 1 minute of silence, gentlemen.
Okay, right.
Well, you got to make it so we can hear it on OBS. So you got to enable desktop.
That is done to the best of its ability. All of the things are at max volume. So be quiet, and the audience will be able to hear it.
That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. They can't hear anything.
Okay, well, screw it. They can click on the link that has been put into the YouTube. However, I will play the woman speaking. Please be quiet for a minute.
Wait, we can hear.
We have to fight. Although there's not
Sorry, I was I had
much hope.
had
but we
it muted
want to
on that
fight
video.
for our freedom.
Forgot we were actually
Even
in
though this could be a suicide mission, politically.
Yeah. Yes, we will fight until the end.
But after 6 months, there is...
It's a suicide mission. Yes, we'll fight until the end.
Why, what's that? What is it in reference to?
Hong Kong. University
Hong Kong.
being turned into a fortress against the Chinese military.
Why are they doing that?
Because there's a hostile military takeover of Hong Kong by Chinese military forces.
Yeah, but Hong Kong belongs to China.
They don't belong to China when it comes to their own laws being immediately overwritten by Chinese law. Their
Yeah, well,
laws
don't leave them
disappear because the treaty that they had with the British Empire expires.
Pretty much does, man. Power enforces law. You know what I mean?
And it's actually going to. I think it's another like 30 or 40 years until it's fully transitioned over to China. So it's not fully Chinese.
That's right. They're supposed to have 50 of
50 years.
Two separate systems, one country, two systems. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what they were guaranteed.
Yeah.
What happens if you don't pay 1 month of the mortgage on your house? Doesn't the bank that loaned you the money have the right to own your house after you didn't pay your mortgage? If you don't pay up in full, if you don't, honor the agreement. China didn't honor the agreement whatsoever. They took over the politics.
What are you expecting that we're going to take? That Britain's going to take back Hong Kong from them? We're going to say, okay, well, fuck you. You didn't keep to the agreement, so now it's British. Not going to happen, man.
Trump or any large nations of the world could just say, we're not going to stand for this. You're not going to march troops into a country that wants to be sovereign and take them over. You're going to allow them to be sovereign.
Well, like America does.
Or we'll stomp your face.
Like America does all the time. America fucking invades countries all the time.
We're the only reason that there is even any kind of freedom on this earth because we left you.
Freedom! Americans, freedom! LOL.
Yeah.
Fucking LOL. So that's a fucking
have the freedom to own a firearm where you don't? Do they not have freedom of
Big fucking deal, eh? You can own a firearm, therefore you're free. Okay.
Yes, if you own a firearm, you're freer and more powerful as a citizen than if you don't. Also, it's the most empowering thing that you can give a woman.
Oh, here we go.
If you don't go to jail,
I'm not against firearms. I'm not against firearms, but I was making the point that fucking...
right off the bat, sir. America is more free compared to Britain because number one, the First Amendment, number two, the Second Amendment. Provable.
It's a fucking piece of paper. It's a piece of paper, man.
It's not just a piece of paper. It writes it into the law as the social contract that they get freedom of speech and firearms. It's a whole lot greater progress when it comes to liberty compared to Britain.
Yeah, and look at the fucking quality of life for your average American and the Americanism that's seeping over to England, where people are essentially.
Americanism seeping
over
to England. I want more Trumpian hegemony over here.
Yeah, Alex, fuck English culture, fuck English culture. Am I right? We want to become American. Is that what you want? Yeah.
If it comes to a choice between the globalist filth across the
no, I said a choice between English culture
and America.
English.
If it comes to a choice between Trumpian nationalism or globalism across the channel to the European Union, I would choose Trumpian nationalism every single time without a second thought.
Okay, I didn't say that. I said a choice between English culture.
That's the choice that we have on offer. We can either side with Trumpian nationalism or we can be globalist cucks to the European Union.
False dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy. We can be. We can have our own.
How is it a false dichotomy?
Because it's literally a false dichotomy.
Okay, how can you explain how it's a false dichotomy? What is the third option available, sir?
Well, we can preserve English culture. That's what we preserve. We don't have to necessarily become globalists or Americans.
If you have to choose between being part of the European Union and being subservient to the European Union, do you think that they're going to let you keep your culture and not replace your culture?
Culture's already been replaced.
Yeah, it's been replaced by American culture, shitty consumerism, where everyone's an individual and they're not part of a collective.
American culture is to add and protect every possible culture. It's like basically an archive of people don't just forget their culture.
Sure, America's got no culture. Give me a fucking break. It's consumerism, Bibles and guns. That's all you've got. It's shallow.
Kind of sounds like some trope.
Because it fucking is. That's the way America is. You've spread your fucking cancer over to this country, and now everyone's an individual. They have no allegiance to fucking their nation or their culture or their people. And that's because of America. That's because of hyper-consumer capitalism that your country is fucking spreading across the world.
That's
it's
right.
fucking...
Blame the
Are you
Americans,
mad at
not
capital?
the globalists. The Americans are at fault for wanting liberty and firearms. It's
Damn
not the
us.
globalists that are doing it, it's the Americans.
You're dead wrong. You're dead wrong. Fucking Americanism is globalism. It's the same shitty thing. Neoliberalism is what you support.
No,
The
you're
audience will decide
you're
for
100% dead wrong.
themselves, and I have the utmost confidence in their ability to see that America is a strong, powerful, and competent ally to Britain, and that I would rather be the 53rd state of America than the 28th of the EU. Any day.
Yeah, well, what about the other option where we just preserve our own culture and look after our own people and reject American
you
culture?
actually believe that we live in an isolated world where cultural influences don't exist?
Yeah, well, we can be our own fucking culture. We don't need to be a lapdog for America or a lapdog for the EU.
Bigot unjustifiably is the point. And
You want to be a lapdog to America? It's like, let's be a lapdog to America or a lapdog to the EU. Fuck that, we'll be our own fucking
option. Tell me the third option right now, sir.
We be English, we build the British Empire, we set alone, you know what I mean? We become self-sufficient.
That's in the ideological, idealistic realm, and in the pragmatic, historical realm, we have a choice either to align ourselves with Trumpian nationalism or European globalism. That's the real world.
So you want to be a cock, essentially.
One that you are touting.
Yours is, we're going to leave the EU and then we're going to be a cock to America and just allow them to fucking dominate our fucking...
A partner in the Anglosphere.
They're not fucking Anglos, they're mutts.
Ooh.
Americans are mutts, man. They're Euro mutts.
Right,
I don't really understand your politics line. You seem to be against capitalism. Aww. Did he really just quit like a bitch?
Nothing whatsoever that can get our channel shut down goes by without me dealing with it.
Who was that guy?
That is a man who is a self-proclaimed fascist, who is anti-Trump, who believes that Trump is an asset, and who just called Americans mutts. Not on my stream,
for fuck's
not
sake.
now,
Let me
not ever.
debate him next time. Jesus Christ. There was so many tropes that I just wanted to slam him down, but, well, maybe next time. He fucking rage quit.
No, I booted him, sir.
Yeah, he didn't quit.
Oh.
He wouldn't quit. He wouldn't quit.
Oh, man. Why'd you boot him? I would have gladly debated.
Because what he said can get the channel taken down.
Oh. Well, I guess that's fair. That sucks. That sucks that we have to
I'm enjoying that.
Not have the debate because of the platform that it's...
No, I spoke to Phil and he would have maybe respected what he can platform and kept it to another platform.
All right. I would
given a briefing on the matter.
Oh, was he?
I would say, just to respond to some of them, Americanism respects sovereignty. That is the idea of Americanism. That you as an individual have your own sovereignty and your own right. And that you have the right to preserve your own memories and your own family, generational history, and wealth of knowledge and culture. And in fact, we celebrate culture in America. All culture. We take in all cultures. There's a Chinatown. There's just a place for each and every single little place, little ethnicity or group of people. Like, they preserve their culture and they're proud of their culture and they share it. And it's nice to be able to have food from every corner of the world that's like really well cooked, and they compete over authenticity. This is the place that is like the museum, the zoo, if you will, of culture. It's not necessarily just a melting pot. We have both mixed races and pure races, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with either, honestly, in my opinion. Every time I hear this Amerimut bullshit, it just lets me know right away. All right, all you care about is ethnic purity, which is not necessarily.
Phil, what he meant by American might is basically your Europeans mixed up with each other. That's what he meant.
I know them. I also frequent 4chan daily. You know the meme. Every time somebody comes, with the ethnic bullshit, it's just, all right, what's your real goal? You want to use ad homs and slander and, you know, just put people down when the only decision that the question was, would you rather America fight for you guys to be your own country, or would you rather be lapdogs of the European Union? No, the question was never to be a lapdog of America. He just, you know, instantly puts that into his head as if that's what it is. And he said that Americanism is globalism. That's absolute ridiculous. Anybody can go back to the history of World War I, where they tried to form the League of Nations. These same groups formed the United Nations and later the EU, the Bilderberg Group, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission. I could go on. But these people are the globalists. And guess who their number one enemy is on this planet? It's Americanism, it's sovereignty, and it's being free. So that, what he said, everything that he said was just a bullshit trope.
I want to go into it on this panel, man.
Oh, you can go into it, just don't use racial slurs against Americans.
To another time, Alex.
Say again?
I said I'm going to leave this conversation to another time.
Certainly.
I'd rather have it offline because it's just better.
Fair enough.
So, ladies and gentlemen, in the next half an hour I'm going to close up the show. Would you terribly mind asking any questions that you have to the panel during this time period before wrapping up?
I think we hammered Trump pretty good. We hammered Epstein pretty good. Hong Kong. I think those, and Roger Stone. Please, Trump, pardon Roger Stone, for fuck's sakes. Look, either the government is going to legitimately stand up against these people that are guilty of high treason, or what's the only other protection that there is from high treason? Okay, you need to order the military police to go arrest these people. You need to pull their secret security. You need to label them domestic enemies and threats to national security. You need to have them put in front of a military tribunal, and you need to show the evidence of what they're doing. These people are colluding against you. They're colluding against America, and they're colluding against the world. Please do something. And for F's sake, free Roger Stone. Pardon him. Now, do it now. All right. With that, I'm good.
Streaming later as well, or not?
Say again, sorry.
Are you doing a stream tonight, or?
Probably not tonight, but it will be tomorrow.
Okay.
Probably a little late now. But yeah, definitely I'll be on tomorrow. From about 7.
Everyone subscribe to Street Soul.
Every day that passes, more people wake up to the evils of the deep state. It's only a matter of time before they're completely ousted. Anyone that doesn't have faith in politics or democracy, or doesn't... Thucydides, the ancient Greek historian, said that Pericles said at the Agora, "He who does not partake in democracy is not to be considered as a man who loves his peace of mind, but useless to himself and to his community." The justification for this is that the only way that is available immediately in front of the population presently to get rid of the globalist Labour Lib Dem coalition and their lackeys and the Tony Blairs that have held far too much authority, influence, power and dominion over this nation for far too long is the ballot box. There's only a limited amount of time that's available before signing up ends. Many will say that democracy is a waste of time. That is bollocks. Democracy got us Brexit. And democracy, again, will ensure that Brexit is tipped over the line.
We ain't got Brexit, so I don't...
delusional.
Brexit.
We haven't got Brexit.
We haven't.
We ain't got
We have
Brexit.
not got it fully. We have it in progress. You're going to have to fight against globalists in order to get what you want. They're not going to give you what you want without a fight, therefore you have to fight them. Giving up and saying, oh, it's pointless, is the mentality of losers.
No, yeah, but we're not going to get Brexit, the Brexit we voted for.
We're going
if you guys were going to get
something
Brexit,
where we don't pay the EU 1 billion per month, we're going to get our fishing waters back and the sovereignty of our nation. We're going to be able to dictate and decide our own laws because of Brexit, and this represents an existential threat to the globalists. Otherwise, they wouldn't be putting so much effort and money into thwarting it. We're not going to be giving up anytime soon, and I, at least, consider this defeatism very unpatriotic at the very least, Mr. Liam. I have to say, you can be blackpilled all you like, but when it comes down to it, you have to vote these globalists out, or it's gushing blood and broken bodies in the street as the other option, and we don't want the other option.
Well, we can vote, yeah. Fucking Nigel Farage is telling us all Conservative. Conservative us to stay in. You're going to vote for Conservative, and they're just going to give us not really Brexit. And that's the reality of it. If I'm blackpilled, I'm blackpilled. That's my reality at the moment.
God, just looking in the comment section. Been a bit of debate going off about our healthcare service in the UK.
Lies.
You know, one second. I just wanted to touch on Brexit.
I actually done to each other with the media spinning about the NHS.
I think it's important. I think our healthcare service is in the UK. The problem is, in my opinion, is it's overstretched mass population.
I think it's important what Alex said about the fishing waters. You guys need to make sure that see, the thing is there shouldn't have been much red tape with Brexit. You guys should have just said, yep, you know what, we voted to be sovereign, we're going to be our own sovereign nation now, see, we'll figure it out. And instead you guys are agreeing to deals that's possibly going to take hand over all of your natural resource in terms of your coastal waters, your fishing supply, and your fish to the EU, who is using big dredging boats and nets, not the traditional methods of fishing, but great big dredging boats that carry these huge nets that are sometimes a mile long, digging up the entire sea bottom and all plant life and all life in the sea. And it's completely ruining the fishing. And all of the British fishing fleet can no longer afford to compete with the EU with all the ridiculous taxes and regulations, and they can no longer keep their ships in good order to keep going. So you guys have virtually no fishing fleet. That should be your number one commodity, and I think you guys should demand it and say, no, we're taking, if you guys want our natural resources, as in fish, to feed all your people, you can effing pay us.
Yeah, well, it's great, but our Prime Minister's a globalist, so I don't get that.
That's a shame.
Yeah, appreciating the deal, right, doesn't want us to leave, innit? Like, as he does, Boris Johnson wants us to stay in.
It's a bit like all our UK laws anyway. It's in practice. You know, we could, when Article 50 was done, we could have ended it in 2 weeks. We didn't have to go through all this crap, but we tried to appease the Europeans and tried to look as if we're in some way. Well, I don't know why they would.
We could have just repealed the 1972.
Yeah, we could have just gone, see, like, ain't paying you that thing. Actually, all the money that we've paid so far is mostly in advance, so you owe us money. We're coming out with nothing. See you later. But the problem is when you've got the weak parliamentary MPs that we've got and the House of Lords and all that crap, it was sent the wrong.
So let me just get this straight. All of Boris's fighting back and forth with both Labour and the Lib Dems, that's just for show, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So people should vote what in the upcoming election?
Well, we've got no choice. You either put Corbyn in there, which is going to put us more in the dark ages, or you get behind Boris, because he's the only, out of the two, it's the only one we can.
So let's try and quantify this a second. Is Boris more or less of a globalist compared to Corbyn?
I think he should have left the 31st.
It's literally making best of a bad bunch at the end of the day.
Yeah. If anything, what should happen is, the European election should have not voted for Brexit Party. Yeah, because that was the one party that fucking stood for what we actually believe, and fucking bought into the propaganda and went for the Brexit Party position as well.
We're not even sticking to our own rules. I mean, they said if after 2 years you can't negotiate anything from Article 50, you leave with no deal. That was part of it, and they keep changing the laws to suit.
That's the rules. That's the whole point of the Article 50 trigger. You get 2 negotiating period. If not, you're out. So nobody's still, but nobody's the way through.
It's full of shit. They keep changing the laws to.
But we've got to get out. However it looks and whatever it means, we've got to get out. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
And after that, we can do it. We will have to try and deal with things, come what may. But the most important thing is now is get a majority government to get it done. And let's get out.
And this is where Theresa May screwed up by taking us to an election, because we had the majority. Wouldn't have had to gone 2 years of bullshit. We could have he had the majority. He could have forced the whip. He could have.
And she did thwart it. She did thwart it by having an election and having a majority government.
That's what they had to do. They could have forced a vote. They had the majority. They could have gone through. David Cameron has got no, so he decided he ain't going to be the one to do it. Theresa May, typical woman, thought she'd put her foot down. I tell you what, I'll get more of a majority just so we can push it through. Lost the majority, and now I've had to spend 2 years of crap. She shouldn't have took us to an election. She should have just pushed us out.
If you'd got a majority government back then we'd have left on Theresa May's deal.
Exactly.
Which was worse than staying in the EU. So it may have been a blessing in disguise.
And he voted for that deal as well. Don't forget Boris Johnson voted for her. Fuck.
Yes, he did. Yeah. The time and he voted for it, and so did Rees-Mogg. But notice both only did it once she said she'd step down, which obviously shows their own aspirations to want to be Prime Minister. So when she said, "I'm going to step down if you accept, if my deal gets through," they both all of a sudden went, "Oh yeah, we'll vote for the deal." Which shows the sly as well.
Definitely. At the end of the day, we didn't have to do any. We had 2 outs. We got the Article 50 originally, which we didn't have to do anything. We could have just gone. Or we had the next one where we've after 2 years of negotiations, if you ain't got nothing to leave anyway, we could have.
What about what that Gerard Button was saying, man? Let's repeal the 1972 Committees Act.
Yeah, that's what you have to do. Repeal the act.
Yeah, you just repeal it and then we're out anyway.
Yeah.
And then once you leave, then negotiate a deal, because you're never going to negotiate a deal while you're inside.
Exactly.
It's never going to happen. And if the EU turn around to us and gives this everything we wanted, all singing, all dancing deal and free trade, and everybody's happy, then the Italians would have gone, hold on a minute, I'll have a bit of that. Then the French would have gone, I'll have a bit of that. And then all of a sudden, everybody's trading independently, as independent sovereign nations, and they don't want that. So it was always going to be.
I don't see why we were locked into this trading deal anyway. I mean, after the war, we needed it, but as soon as everyone got on their feet to a certain living standard, and everything was done, we could have just said, "No, we don't need it anymore. Come out now, thanks for your time." Just like any other deal works.
Because they want because they want to be an independent power to be able to oppose China, America as a collective. Do you know what I mean? You don't need that.
Don't need it anyway.
Don't need it.
A lot of bugs.
So I'm curious, for the rest of the panel, if the right way forward is not getting a Conservative majority and getting Brexit done and over the wall, what is the next best way to do it? Is there any other way other than getting the Tories a majority presently? No. We can criticise them all we like, but when it comes to either the choice of voting pro-Brexit parties in or laying down like a naked dead body, getting pissed on and saying, "Thank you, master," what's the other option?
You can't vote for... Yeah, but the problem is, we're in a situation... Okay, anyone that votes for UKIP and Brexit party, when it's European elections and that local election, which don't really mean much, yeah, you can do your protest voting, but you can't do protest voting when you're talking general elections. The reason why they lost the majority in the first place is because so many people voted UKIP. Now, if they'd have tactically voted like most normal people did, voted for Conservative to keep Corbyn out, if all these people doing a protest vote for UKIP, Conservatives would have had a majority in the House. So we can't do this. We can't come round to a second time where we're going to vote for Brexit parties. It's never going to get enough power. So keep your protest voting to yourself. Vote Conservative. Keep Corbyn out, because that'll be the end of the UK and Europe if he gets in there. But that stupid cow fucking as our own secretary. Stop the tactical voting. Stop the tactical voting, vote for Boris, and then start getting another party, and then let Farage get another party. Because at the moment now, you've got Jeremy Corbyn, the Greens, and the SNP all joining forces.
Yeah, Lib Dems,
And the Lib Dems. You've got Corbyn on his. Sorry, you've got Boris on his own. You've got
Globalist
Farage on his own, and they're not
nationalist
going to do a deal. So unless everyone stops the tactical voting, gets behind anyone that's going to vote for Corbyn. Sorry, UKIP or Brexit Party. If all them get behind Boris, even if you hate him, just do it for the national safety.
Yeah, but the problem with that is, the problem with that is though, we've sacrificed this for the last three elections now.
Yeah, I know.
The last 3 elections, all I've heard is just vote strategically, man. Just vote strategically, and we'll get what we want. Well, I've done that this will be the 3rd election I've done that, yeah, and I'm still no better off than I fucking was 4 years ago.
But if everyone would have voted for May and not done the UKIP thing, they would have had the majority. Maybe we would.
And then we'd have had May's deal.
We'd have had May's deal, which is fucking shit. If everyone fucking hits them where it hurts and just all voted for UKIP, and fuck it if Labour get in right, then the Conservatives will be forced to fucking change their agenda, and they'll have to fucking start fucking singing to us.
It depends if they get the majority. Can you imagine
in the idealistic, ideological realm, but in the pragmatic realm, it fails and is a failing strategy. You want to choose a failing strategy? Be my guest. But I at least will be voting for the Conservatives because all of the leftist liberal media are calling him far right because he got an endorsement from Tommy Robinson. And if he's
but the media want you. That's what their trick is to get you to vote for him.
If he is pissing off the liberals, that's enough of a reason for me to vote.
There's a reason why the media push Boris Johnson and Nigel Farage, and they don't push
them. They are always against them.
No, but even by saying they're against them, they're still pushing them down your throat. Someone like fucking UKIP and that, they don't push that down your throat because they're the people they don't want you to vote for.
Now and unelectable. They don't have the money. They don't have the wherewithal. UKIP is a dead party, sir. Welcome to the real world.
Yeah, UKIP are a non-party at the moment. That's
Yeah, but who made him a non-party? Nigel Farage, the other globalist who claims he's for us, but he's really not.
Nigel Farage is a globalist.
Yeah, Nigel Farage is a globalist. Yeah.
Okay, explain that to the audience, please.
Nigel Farage,
so everyone, both on our side and on the opposite side, they're all globalists, and there's no real option, right? Bollocks.
Yeah, there's no option, yeah. There's no option.
No, that's absolute bollocks, sir. Both the leftist liberal media and the globalist internationalists and the Eurocrats, they hate Boris's guts and they hate Farage's guts because they achieved real-world progress in exposing the swamp of Britain. This coming election will further expose the swamp of Britain, a la liberal Democrat lies posted in their leaflets. God bless Farage for promoting Brexit and achieving everything that he has so far. God bless Farage, who is not a globalist for the record. And the statement that Boris Johnson is a globalist is very iffy, considering the fact that all of the globalist media outlets and think tanks are working against him. So you should decide who to vote for based on who the leftist globalists are attacking relentlessly, not based on hearsay or someone just saying, oh, he, XYZ, is a globalist, and then providing fuck all justification.
Nigel Farage gets onto Good Morning Britain, yeah, for a reason whenever he wants, because they don't mind you hearing him because they want you to vote for him.
Nigel Farage deserves every single fucking vote that he gets. God bless him for promoting Brexit and promoting actively the sovereignty of this nation. How can you possibly call him a globalist?
Because Nigel Farage wants us out of the European Union, yeah, but he wants fucking Commonwealth.
Yeah, that's
but he wants us to. I'm going to tell you why.
Nationalist sovereignty, not globalism.
He says he wants us outside of the European Union so we can have immigration come from the Commonwealth. He's a globalist as well.
There's nothing wrong with immigration from the Commonwealth,
there is,
so long as they come in legally and with permission.
Oh, brilliant! Let's have immigration from Pakistan.
With immigration, so long as it's legally and with permission.
No, there is a problem with immigration. We should have zero immigration. Zero immigration. I don't want immigration from Pakistan or from fucking these African countries. No, I want zero immigration.
With permission means that there are restrictions put in place.
If you could have a choice of Polish immigration or Pakistani immigration, you choose Polish immigration all the time.
So what exactly is your problem with Farage again? Why is he a globalist?
Because he's pushing immigration from the Commonwealth and
Right,
that's the
so
same
that
thing.
makes all of Brexit, his efforts surrounding Brexit, irrelevant, does it?
He's done some good work, but in my opinion, in the last 4 years, he's been.
Right, so you're the person on the street screaming, don't trust anybody. Meanwhile, people are doing good fucking work getting Brexit done. Right, okay. Designated street screecher.
Well, let's agree to disagree because we're not going to agree on this.
Absolutely, but for all of the audience, you should vote tactically for the Conservatives because Boris Johnson is hated by the globalist internationalists, and so is Farage, and you should vote them both into power. Anyone that tells you, oh, voting doesn't matter, anyone that tells you, oh, it's all going to shit, there's no saving the country, I would rather be someone who represents hope and a desire for change rather than laying down like a naked dead body, getting pissed on and saying, thank you, master. And so long as, here's how you should vote, by the way, anyone who the leftist globalist internationalists are smearing, they are the good guys. Simple as.
Listen, people should vote however they want to vote, but I think about it this way. Is a lot of, well, most governments generally get it in on centre-right policies, yeah, which obviously swing towards nationalism and obviously centre. Imagine if the government got in based on left-wing policies. How far left would they drift? You normally get in on a centre-right policy, and then over time, this way over to the left, and then kicking about, and you get similar left-wing Labour or Liberal, far left Liberal Democrat government got in. How far left would they drift? And it's not even worth thinking about. The amount.
Sangmoore, sorry to interrupt.
Billions that they pump into climate. It'd be disastrous.
The globalists, Mr. Red Dog, are accelerating their agendas, their anti-human agendas, their open borders agendas. The Economist wrote only a day or so ago that we can double worldwide GDP if all migrants were able to go to the nations that they wanted to. This is coming from the Rothschild economist, pro-open borders. Oh, we can double the nation's wealth generation abilities if we open the borders. These people are accelerationist, mad bastards.
Hey,
that was
Reverend Sideways. Sorry to interject. You guys seem a little heat. Just take a break.
Give me a brief moment.
Reverend Simon Sideways is in the chat. Please add him to the.
No, give me a brief moment. Pardon. Hold on.
You seem to have so much more faith in like Boris Johnson than I do, man. It's
not a case of faith. The man, since he became prime minister, has actively been screwing with the leftists. Actively, daily. On a daily basis, they have been screwing with him. They've been lying about him. They've been smearing him. They've been calling him a far-right coalition. Listen, when the left are saying Farage, Boris and Trump are a holy trinity, and now Tommy Robinson is put into the mix, so we have to hate them and get rid of them.
Read the chat, buddy.
Them. There's a globalist coalition and there's a nationalist coalition. Vote for the
Vinny's
nationalist
gonna wring
coalition.
Your fucking neck, you fast. Reverend Sideways has been trying to get your attention in the chat for a long time.
You've got no chance, Alex. Alex is triggered. He's gone.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is this point? I should just shut up, man. I'm going to shut up.
Don't worry about it.
So I don't know, man. I've just fell into this trap. I've just fell into this trap the last two elections by voting fucking strategically, and it's got me fucking nowhere, isn't it? So it's like,
you misunderstand the factions at play. Farage is not a globalist, and Boris is doing what he's been told to do by the Brexit Party, who will absolutely stomp him if he doesn't.
Phil wants to join back in.
General MEP election, pardon.
Phil wants to join back in and said he won't do any racial.
Just vote on this basis. Just vote this on this basis. Keep Labour and the Lib Dems out at all costs.
Yeah, but that's what I voted on the last two elections, and it's literally Labour, man.
UKIP's not worth voting for, and I was a UKIP member, a big supporter. We got UKIP councillors into my area. As did the Labour councillors. Very few areas had councillors. All now defected to the Brexit. Because UKIP is in just an absolute mess, and that's been destroyed by the.
At what point do we actually vote for who we actually believe in, though? What point?
That's what I did.
Next time. That's what I've heard the last two elections. Next time.
If it's not good enough for you, it's going to have to be good enough for you because you don't have a choice. Due to a duopoly in the political systems in Britain, you don't have a choice. There is a globalist coalition in politics in Britain, and there is a nationalist coalition of politics in Britain, and you have to vote for the nationalists, regardless of who they are, because they represent a faction.
I don't believe that. I don't believe the Conservative are nationalists. And I can accept the Brexit. I might be able to half accept the Brexit.
With Boris being on a spin rope thing.
I might be able to half it. I might be able to wait, Alex. I might be able to 25% accept the Brexit Party, but I'll never be able to accept the Conservative Party. No way. No way. Over my dead body.
So the country, to move forward, has to vote for the Conservatives because they're being cucked to the interests of the Brexit Party and the people at large. Or alternatively, you can have your vote wasted. You can either have your vote go towards Boris, who is against the open borders policy, who is against the thwarting of Brexit, who is endorsed by Trump, who is endorsed by Farage, or who is endorsed by Mr. Robinson, or alternatively, you can have your vote mean nothing.
Yeah, but alternatively, you've got to look in your areas as well. As so, if there's a credible Conservative candidate in your particular area, then you've got to vote Brexit Party. So you can still vote tactically in that respect. Just weight it into the Conservative Party. If you've got a Conservative in a Labour strong area that's not going to got no chance of getting in, then you've got to go Brexit Party. And you've got areas of the country now that still are that ingrained against what Margaret Thatcher did to the miners and all that sort of thing. Never vote Conservative.
How you doing, Reverend?
Yeah. So there is a tactical element to it in that respect.
He's speaking, but his volume's not coming through.
How you doing, Rev? You alright?
How are you?
Yeah, good, my friend.
I've got a lot of echo here, mate.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry, have I been invited in?
Yeah, you're on the panel now.
Yeah, no, give us an invite in a second, mate. I've got to do something now.
No worries. Toodles for now.
That was a good debate. Good debate.
Intermission.
I remember, man. I can't say certain stuff that I'd like to say on here, innit? So just remember that, Alex.
You can say it on mine tomorrow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do it on there. I'll be on for around 7:30, then we'll just run it through. Yeah, see if I'll talk about whatever.
I'm not sure of the politics in England, but how many times did Nigel?
How many times what?
Like, we were literally tricked, into voting for David Cameron, to get the Brexit vote to stop voting.
Has changed since the day.
Cameron. No, but let me just explain, Alex. We were literally told, you have to, in this election, you have to vote for David Cameron, otherwise we won't get a referendum. Right? Okay, so I'll give in, and I voted for David Cameron. Right. The next election, right? You need to vote for Theresa May, otherwise you're not going to get what you want. Yeah. So
it doesn't work. You get everything that you want just because you voted someone in. The way that democracy works is you get bits and pieces of things that you want by voting properly. And not voting properly means that fuck all happens in the best case scenario, or the enemy gets in.
Yeah, so we haven't got democracy then.
Brings to the table, sir. The enemy gets in, or fuck all getting done.
Well, I'd like to give the government the power to act personally, But...
If we go with your logic, Mr. Liam, the best case scenario is that fuck all happens because the Tories don't have a majority, and the worst case scenario is that Labour get a majority government. In your idealistic voting system or telling people to vote on an idealistic basis, we end up either with fuck all getting done when it comes to Brexit because the Tories don't have a majority, or we get Labour majority, which means that the country becomes a Marxist shithole much, much worse than it is currently. That's the reality of the matter.
Yeah, but the reality, well, what if everyone agreed with my way of thinking, yeah, and there weren't so many defeatists, yeah, and you agree, and people started to agree with what I'm saying, yeah, would actually get people in power.
It's not defeatist to operate in the pragmatic-realistic realm of politics. You're not going to get UKIP in. That idea... This goes to show exactly how informed you are about political life, Mr. Liam. You, earlier today, said that let's vote UKIP. That demonstrates exactly how out of touch you are with modern political affairs.
Well, like I've said, I've given up my vote for the last 2 times, yeah. I don't want to give...
Oh, democracy hasn't worked in the past, therefore let's shit on it. No, that's the ideology of a defeatist who lays down like a naked dead.
No, but you're the defeatist, though. No, you're the defeatist, though, because you're saying, I agree with you, Liam, yeah, but this time, this vote for someone else.
British politics if you're telling the constituents to vote for UKIP right now. You are completely out of touch with modern British politics if you genuinely believe and come onto a panel and say openly with courage and conviction, vote UKIP because I'm idealistic and foolish enough to say to the constituents, vote UKIP.
I don't know. I'm not saying that. Listen, the majority of...
earlier, sir.
What I said earlier, yeah, is me
with British politics. If you have the confidence and courage to say that, over.
Wait, listen. I agree with you. The majority of people, yeah, aren't going to be like into what I'm saying, right, and don't look into it as much as what I'm saying, yeah. So yeah, what you're saying is right for the majority of people, but for me, I'm not willing to waste my vote again, man. I ain't willing to do that, man.
Of course. But here's the thing, if everyone adopted your ideology or idealistic mindset when it comes to voting, we either end up with the Tories being able to do fuck all when it comes to Brexit, or even worse, a Labour majority. Voting idealistically in this election is stupid.
Well, if everyone come to my train of thought, would get what we want, wouldn't we? But they're not going to do that, innit? So what you're saying is
UKIP,
the average. Listen, I agree with you for the average person, innit? I'm just saying I'm not going to sell myself out again. I've sold myself out twice, and I'm not willing to do it again for the first time.
Who are you going to be voting for, sir?
I'll either be voting for a UKIP or someone else, innit?
I think you might find it pretty hard to vote for UKIP. I don't think they'll be standing in most seats, from what I can see. Anyway,
maybe you're correct on that, but
they're not even fielding candidates because they're in that much of a mess.
Anyway, these discussions are very interesting and useful for the audience, I believe, and hope at the very least.
I agree with you, though. Yeah, the average person should vote either Conservative. Brexit party because they're not as woke as I am, innit? But when you know the fucking stuff that we know, yeah, it's like, do I really want to sell myself out? Am I selling myself out to the devil again?
Worldwide, there are coalitions in the cold shadow war of nationalism versus globalism. That is the axiomatic defining principle by which everything else should be measured. How much are they nationalist? Have they ever been paid by a Soros Foundation? Have they ever promoted intersectional globalist ideology? Or promoted trans ideology? Or
well, the Conservatives have. They've done all them things. The Conservatives have fucking pushed their agendas.
Of course, because Britain has been hostage to globalists for the last many centuries, but the world changes over time, and the public opinion becomes very, very sour and bitter indeed. The Tories are presently being whipped into submission to be more pro-British and nationalistic, because the norm in the past was there was no nationalism. There was only a managed architect's there was only architects who managed the decline of the West. The managed decline of the West is stopping. There are forces in the world that are actively working against them. To dismiss those forces is ignorant, and we must support the forces actively, not just passively, but actively, when it comes to the faction wars. There are people that want to turn Britain into a semi-third world diverse shithole, and there are others who want to fight to preserve British nationality, sovereignty, law, etc., culture, heritage, and so forth. sitting here and saying, oh, everything is fucked, don't vote, everyone's a globalist, is bollocks. And it must be pinpointed and pointed out every single time that it rears its head, as far as I'm concerned.
So this is, we can agree to disagree.
Right, guys, I've enjoyed myself. Well, I'm going to drop out if we get to it again sometime.
Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. Speak again.
Catch you later, man.
All right, and see you later, guys. Bye-bye.
See you later.
What links are people asking for?
I don't know. He scared away the rest.
Link to speak to Sire.
If anybody's listening, by the way, also subscribe to Reverend Simon. Really good guy. He's got some great videos, spectacular on some pretty cool topic. Things like, well, I don't even want to mention on the stream because some of them are that spicy. Sangmoore, am I allowed to mention any of the Yale people?
Probably not for this stream, sir. However, I want to know what the ideas and thoughts on the ground are in America. Isn't Trump's approval rating presently hovering at 53-odd%?
You can't trust polls because they're always manufactured by small groups of people, and they always very selectively pick who they want to canvass, however they want the poll to turn out. So there are some polls that got it right back in the 2016 election, and you should look at those. But as far as algorithms, you gotta understand that there is almost 100% algorithmic deboosting. Therefore, the ability to get our voices out anywhere is becoming increasingly difficult on platforms like YouTube. I'm willing to bet if I look over at the stream right now, I'll probably see less views than I see on a private Gab stream to just my friends, because they're going to keep you from showing up in the results for anybody else. So pretty much be private until you start spreading it on Telegram and showing people. So that being said, it's kind of hard to say because you've got a whole lot of stupid people who have been manufactured to be stupid through all sorts of things. The United Nations school districting systems, things of that nature, dumbing them down by just pure chemical lobotomies and the crap that they're putting in preservatives and food. But these people are very stupid and easily led and easily lied to. Whoever's in front of them telling them something, they're not going to critically think or verify what they're being told. If it sounds reasonable, they'll believe it, plain and simple. So it really matters who's talking to them, doesn't it? So if they have 100% of the audience of these zombies, I wouldn't say that we have it 100% in the bag. Let's put it that way.
I see. So they're trying to assassinate Roger Stone again, are they?
Yeah, they're trying to send him to prison and have him up Epstein. No, full on assassinated. When he goes to jail, he won't be in there a week before he's assassinated. He'll be Epstein.
So, when is Adam Schiff's links to the Hensel guy going to catch up with him, do you think?
Not supposed to say nay.
I sincerely hope that Mr. A.G. Barr is on top of the investigation. I sincerely hope that Lightning Bolt Day is soon to come at Guantanamo.
You know, I've got confidence in Barr to some extent, but I want to see that IG report released immediately. I'm sick and tired of waiting for the IG report. I think the whole country is waiting for the IG report, because once that comes out, there's a very clear script here. Adam Schiff wrote the script of everything that's happening right now, and all that's going to be shown in time. However, it's not being shown now. So things are happening like political show trials where people are being prosecuted for things like lying. And, there's plenty of other people that have lied. Basically all the people that have been doing this coup against Trump have lied in front of Congress and faced no consequence. We used to have a law in this nation where you can't let somebody off the hook for something and then prosecute somebody else for it, because then it's called selective prosecution. We don't do that anymore, and we need to start doing that again, because all these people that are on their side, they never get prosecuted. They've all, and then every time one of our side goes to jail, the book is thrown at them, and in most cases, completely unjustifiable when they're innocent. Roger Stone was.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Howdy, sir. Welcome to the stream.
Can you hear?
Yeah, your mic's pretty low, Rev.
Cutting out a little bit.
Right, can you hear me or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going on, man?
Right, why is everybody talking over each other?
Heated discussions is not talking over each other, sir.
No. Right, listen, one at a fucking time, otherwise it's boring and nobody's interested.
I agree.
Yeah, well, thank you. But at the end of the day, you're all talking over each other to the point where nobody could listen to what you were saying.
Agree.
Yeah. Yes.
Going on, Reverend? How you doing, man?
Point taken, Simon. Point taken.
Yeah, no, a useless discussion when nobody can make a fucking point.
Go on, sir. Is there any topic that you would like to bring to the forefront?
Right, sorry. Are you asking for somebody to make some new point?
Yes, sir. Is there any particular topic that you would like to bring to the audience's attention?
Your mic's a little bit low, though, Rev, mate.
Yeah, I'm pretty good, but listen, we were listening to it wrong. We're like, okay, let's try and make a point then.
Yeah, your mic's a little bit low, Rev.
Shit.
Quite low.
Well, I tell you what, give us a second. If I take this out, see how it sounds. Otherwise, I'll try my best, right?
Okay.
How does that sound?
Fucking perfect. You just blew me eardrums.
Sorry, love. Sorry.
My ears are bleeding now.
I put my best headphones on for you.
That's perfect.
Anyway, look. Right, modern politics is fucked. Yes?
Yeah.
I'm asking for yes or no's at the moment.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. Politics is fucked. I agree.
That's not the fundamental.
Politics is fucked, and something needs to change.
Yeah.
Yes, go on.
Okay. No, I'm waiting for everyone. Fucking perfect.
Someone's got the YouTube in the background. Might need to mute.
Sorry. My ears are bleeding.
Down a little.
I put my best headphones on. That's perfect. Anyway,
your headphones got fucked.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Now that's
can't hear
you. Hang on a second. Can we admit that this is globally?
Yes.
You need to mute your YouTube up, mate.
Yeah, your YouTube's feeding back through.
What the fuck is going on? I'm gonna leave and come back.
Reverend, I think you had the YouTube video that you're on the stream.
No, yeah.
Just mute the YouTube video.
That guy with the green is deafening. Can we admit that this is globally?
No,
you need to mute your YouTube.
Definitely on your end. You need to close whatever noise you have in the background and then re-enter the call, sir.
Is that me or him?
No, it's definitely you, sir. I just checked.
Right, is that me?
Reverend, I think you had YouTube.
Reverend, mate, if you can hear me, you've got YouTube playing in the background. You just have to mute the YouTube, and then it'll be all right. It's got feedback.
Technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what fun befalls us all.
Oh, I just had this horrible thought.
Sorry, I was just packing one. So, Sangmoore. How's everything going?
All is well and comfy and smug. Meaningful progress every single day transpires when more people know how to vote in order to oust the globalist filth in Britain. I take the utmost joy and pride in telling people that a new wave of nationalism is being born worldwide. And the old globalist paradigm of open borders, diversity is our strength nonsense is dying in front of us. And then gasoline is being poured onto it. And then...
Awesome. I think those types of videos, where you're trying to convince people who to vote for, should maybe be done like as an individual stream, and then separately, and then maybe together as a debate.
It's perfectly fine for this to happen in a live stream, specifically because it lets the people who will watch the live stream in the future know that these discussions are happening actively, and they will hear both sides of the argument.
It's good to have a secondary, debate eventually, but it's good to, let each other talk and be calm, remain calm, even though you completely fundamentally disagree. You still got to be able to, not steamroll each other and interrupt each other.
I think we should have this conversation on the streets as well, because then it would be good. It might go bring up different points.
Is that any better?
Yes,
yeah,
you're
a
little low.
But the echo's
Just low
gone
again.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man.
We can hear you if everyone else is quiet. We can still hear you.
Well, since I've paused everything, basically put it back to my laptop, you can hear me again.
Yeah, it's very, very low, mate.
How's that?
Yeah.
Much better, sir.
I bought these bloody headphones that were supposed to be good.
You sound perfect, but you sound a lot better now.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm very sorry about that noise. I thought was you, that was me. There we are. But I don't understand.
No matter how many technical difficulties you have, we have far more.
I forgive your boomer.
Anyway, so at the moment, if you don't mind me asking, how many political parties do you believe in?
One.
Which one?
What do you mean believe in, sir?
How many parties do you trust?
One.
One.
Which one?
Brexit.
The Brexit party.
None. I don't trust any of them.
But I can't vote for them.
Yeah, that one that says I don't trust, that's Vinnie, isn't it?
Nah, I'm Liam.
No, Liam.
Why don't you trust the Brexit party? By the way, I don't trust the Brexit party.
Because the reason why I don't trust the Brexit party is because I believe that Nigel Farage threw UKIP under the bus, and there's a reason why the mainstream media pushed the Brexit party, because that's who they want us to vote for.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway, we had a two-party system, didn't we? Right? And then somebody else came along, which was UKIP. And people started voting, and that's the worst thing you could do. So everybody started voting for UKIP, and then they decided to dissolve, break down, fuck up UKIP. And then they've made this Brexit party. Now, I don't trust Nigel Farage after what he did to us before. Does anybody else here agree, or am I lying?
I agree with that.
I trust Farage to continue fighting for Brexit and to ensure that it happens.
No, I agree with you, Tom.
Sangmoore, are you saying you support Farage?
I'm saying that I support both the Tories and the Brexit Party, and I would tell people to vote tactically either for
Right,
one
yeah,
or
yeah.
the
If
other.
you could have closed it down to one sentence, what you're just saying is you
Here's
support
the
either
one
one that
sentence,
gets
sir.
the
I
result.
trust both the Tories and the Brexit Party to ensure that Brexit is delivered. There is no other party that represents the Brexit interest in Britain other than those two.
Have the Tories failed in the past
Yeah.
several times?
So anyway, how would you feel if you could get a completely new political party
It's
in
not
there?
going to happen by December the 12th, so this is in the realm of the
No, it's not going to
ideological,
happen
idealistic,
anytime
and the
soon.
pragmatic.
No, I would suggest that you vote with brains this time. But would you want a new political party in there with
No, not for
average?
this general election. No, I would not.
No, are you listening?
Yes,
Not
I'm
for this
answering the
general.
question,
I'm talking about for the future. Would you like somebody or some people that have actually just had average jobs? The people
Not for
that have.
this general election, no.
What sort of? Are you not listening to me? I'm talking for the future.
Okay, for the future, after this general election, the answer is maybe. Depends who they are. Depends what they've done. Depends what their abilities are to get the job done.
Well, perhaps if they'd been out, had a job, had a family, got laid, had some property, understood the difference between being, I don't know, completely broke, working their way through it. You know, the sort of meat and potatoes people we need. How do you feel about that?
Like the House economy should have been, you mean?
Sounds idealistic and non-pragmatic.
No. Sangmoore, this isn't idealistic because this is me. This is what I've done. You don't have to move out of mums to be idealistic. Anybody can come up with great words, but who does fuck all? I'm talking about the difference between the talkers and the shysters, and in between that is the doers.
Yeah, and as far as
I'm the people that can hang on. We're not talking about the people that can roll off endless shit, right? And quote fucking Nietzsche, right? We're not talking about these people. We're talking about the people that actually went to work for fucking 20 or 30 years, that did the shit jobs, who could actually hold down a career, a fucking house, or whatever, all the rest of it. That's what we're talking about, mate. Would you like these people in charge or not? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't think that independent candidates have either the money or influence to compete with the Tory party and the Brexit party, and in the pragmatic, real world, that is the case as it stands. Maybe in 6
I don't
months' time,
think that you have any backing, and I actually don't think that if we offered you a position that you could take it, because nobody would vote for you.
I'm okay with that. I don't care about getting votes for myself. I care about getting votes for the parties that represent Brexit in Britain, namely the Brexit Party and the Tories. I only care about the real world, not the idealistic 6-12 months down the line. In the current world, it's either Brexit
So what do you
Party
think
or
we're doing?
Tories.
Are we looking at the next 10 minutes?
Pardon?
Well, do you think we're looking at the next 10 minutes? I mean, people like, I don't know, yourself and Street Soldier and Vinnie and others, we're not looking at the next 10 minutes. This isn't why we got into this. We're in here for the long haul. Am I right, Street?
Yep.
We Jesus Christ.
No one is going to tell me that voting for the Tories or the Brexit Party in the long run right now is the wrong decision, because it's not.
But Sangmoore, nobody's going to vote for you. Ever.
I don't care about getting votes.
Right,
I care
so
about
you
the
need
right
to get
now
behind somebody
of getting
that could be
Brexit done.
votable.
You think that I'm supposed to care about me getting votes down the line or independent citizens getting votes down the line. I don't care about that. I only care that people vote for the Brexit parties. The only two that represent Brexit interests in Britain.
Excellent.
That is the only thing that matters to me. Everything else is secondary or has no worth. We have to look at the right now if we want to look at the future. And if we look at the right now, I'm sure you would acknowledge, Sir Sideways, that the only two options for Brexiteers are either the Tories or the Brexit Party. We may not like it, but it's the only two options that are available.
No, I'll agree with that, sir. I will agree with
There is no... We can go back and forth for hours on the ideal thing that we want to look forward to in the future, but for right now, I echo the words of Mr. Robinson. You have to get the Tories in order to achieve Brexit because Labour are thwarting it. That's what's happening in the real world right now. So in order to deal with the globalists who are thwarting Brexit...
Do you think that Labour stand a chance?
I don't think that Labour stand a chance. I think that their
Right,
options are a
then
nightmare.
we'll stand on that same one together.
There's two things why the Labour Party will fail miserably. Number one, optics. Number two, achievements. The achievements put them in the negative because they had Tony Blair in the past, and so long as people are reminded of the Labour legacy of Tony Blair, they won't vote for him if they had a head.
But do you know what? The left have more achievements than the right. Do you know why?
Because they've been around for far longer, sir.
No. A, they're more driven than we are.
I don't
and
think
they're more funded.
The left do not have fire in their souls, the likes of the centre-right, sir.
Right.
They have money, but they don't have a fiery soul, as far
Let
as
me
I'm
tell you,
concerned,
right?
sir.
I'll fight until the end, right? However, there's so many people on the right that don't have the same drive as people on the left. Do you know why?
Because they don't have a supportive in-group, and they feel isolated.
No, because they don't live at home with mum and they're not fucking insane. That's the difference, right? Our lot have to pay the bills. They don't.
That as well. No sense
That
of
as well,
social
that's a
hierarchy
massive.
or economics.
Pretty huge.
Anyway, don't let me stop you talking amongst yourself. I will go for a quick human pit stop. Carry on. I'll be back in a second.
No worries, sir. The way that things
So,
stand
Sangmoore, can I ask you a question?
Mr. Omnis, is that there's a lot of black-pilled miasma going about in England.
I
And
agree.
people are very, very, very averse, even on the centre-right or far-right, to support the Tories because they've had 3 years of being owned by globalists. However, politics changes. People don't seem to be willing to realise or openly discuss the fact that politics does change. Boris Johnson is being attacked in the real world.
Before you continue, before he comes back, I'd like to interject. Okay, so thank you. You gotta allow for interjections once in a while. So, can I just ask you one question? After, let's just say, granted, Brexit is somehow secured. Let's just say that you've already secured Brexit. Would you perhaps vote for, say, Sargon or Dankula?
Oh, absolutely. Without a second thought, gladly, and I'd actively promote them in the streets.
So
the problem we've got is the Brexit Party, even if they get in, I don't think they're capable of leading the country. We would need to have another election to actually bring someone in, because the Brexit Party and the way it's formed and the way they're already losing candidates, there's no way they're capable of running the country.
It's not that hard. First of all, the people that you elect are not exactly the ones running the country. They pay advisors that understand what's going on, to advise them, to help them make decisions. And ultimately, if they're not sold out or beholden to anyone, then they'll usually make the decision that their constituents want, or that is best, that they believe is best for the people. As soon as they're beholden to somebody or bought out by somebody, then it becomes a problem. I think about the future as far as who's going to sell out, who's going to play ball when they get threatened, who's going to be willing to be poverty, who's going to be willing to go to jail. When I saw Count Dankula go to jail, all right, that was just, dude, you're willing to go to jail over this? Like, he didn't seem to be that political of a guy, just kind of a shit poster. And then they send him to jail over shit posting. And instead of just paying the fine and pleading guilty, he's like, no, I need to think about the rest of my fellow countrymen, and I need to set a precedent so that this does not happen again. Right?
Do you not think that was Do you not think that was to do with the crowdfunding and Tommy helped financially that persuaded him to take the short term in prison?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know if you understand like the attack. I mean, I guess you do because you run around with TR, so I guess you do understand the attacks. You guys just kind of muscle through. But you know, Dank doesn't have like a giant football firm and a bunch of guys that he can call up in the middle of the night to come, you know, protect him and his wife from an angry Antifa mob. You know what I mean? He can't just assemble security. You know, he's on his own. So like the fact that he was willing to be in jail, I don't think you can just pass it off that easily as he was doing it as a publicity stunt. Going to jail is a serious thing. Even being able to eat right in there is a serious thing. I mean, Tommy Robinson made that very clear when he was talking about what they were doing to his food in there and how they had to keep him in solitary confinement and the social and mental anxiety of being thrown in a prison cell, not knowing, you know, what's going to happen to you.
Would it be all right to invite Brother Disturbed in?
Absolutely, sir. Tell him to add me as a friend here on Discord, and we'll get him in.
Right, he's in the middle of some sort of food he's cooked, actually, Mr. Sangmoore. If you could possibly manage to use your particular ways to drag him in here.
No, there's a specific process that has to...
Right, can you explain it to him?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you,
He'll
sir.
be in whenever he's ready, sir. Give me a brief
moment. Yeah, probably about 2 hours after he's finished his tea, washed up, whatever. Anyway, right.
My point was that...
Do we all agree that the political system is failure?
Not exactly. Democracy brought us both Brexit.
No, I'm not saying democracy is failed.
I don't believe that democracy has fully failed. It's failed partially.
Mr. Sangmoore, sir.
Yes.
I said, do you believe that the political system at the moment has failed us, not democracy?
Partially, not fully.
Okay, so who would you support?
I support Nigel Farage and the Tories in their present form, with globalists ousted under Boris. Both parties. Both the Tories and the Brexit Party, I openly support them.
So you're the eternal optimist?
It's not a case of eternal optimism. It's
that's the best you can manage.
Let me explain why it's not a case of the eternal optimist. Farage, single-handedly, through his works over the last 2.5 decades plus, achieved Brexit. He got it past the line, and this has revealed swamp monsters. Those two things alone are enough of a positive for me to have hope in democracy, and the last MEP election, hope in democracy, the next upcoming 12th of December election, there's two possibilities. Either hope again in democracy by ousting all the globalist filth, or we deserve to be pay-pig suckers and slaves to the EU parasites.
Alex, right.
I don't think we got Brexit. I think we got Article 50 triggered.
Alex, can I just have a bit of a blast here? Would it be right?
Go ahead, sir. Pardon.
I worshipped the Lord Farage, right? Are we agreed at one point? Yes?
I don't recall, but carry on, sir. I'm keen to hear what
I
you have to
did.
say.
I worshipped the guy, all right? Now, he was offering us this referendum that we wouldn't have got through the poor people. So we believed he was one of us. Am I correct? I'm waiting for a response. Hello?
I'm processing it.
Right, well, try and help me through here because I'm going to talk you through, right? Anyway, we thought that he was a man of the people, and I thought, fuck me, he's a hell of a speaker, and I was quite naive, right? Anyway, come the night of the referendum, his face changed, his expression changed, and in the morning he quit. That was a moment of I was like, why has he done this?
Because of death threats.
I don't care. He had death threats before.
I care about death threats towards Mr. Farage.
How many death threats do you get?
I have only had death threats from Mohammedans during my university years, sir.
Everybody gets
a snowman.
No,
the details of which I won't go into.
No, hang on a second. I'm just saying how many do you get, right? It's not a snowman. It's do you get death threats or not, right? Well,
not the regular, sir. No.
Right. Good. Right.
You get.
Now, I don't seem to get death threats for some reason or not. I don't understand. Right? However, they always threaten the people that they see as vulnerable. And unfortunately, Farage is a politician. What we need in his place is a man who is quite willing, a Vinnie, if you like, who is quite willing to have very clever advisories. Tell him, this is where we've got to go, but this is what it's going to cost. Because I'm sure that Vinnie would stand up for it and do it. Right.
Agreed.
I'm struggling. You need to send invites to my general chat if you can, because there's the Gammon who got me into this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been on chat tonight. Right. And Glenn.
Let me add them as a friend, and then they can get in here immediately. Hold on a second.
Yeah, well, you need to kick them up the ass because they're not. They're lorry drivers. All right.
No worries, sir. Give me a brief moment.
Anyway,
go ahead.
I trusted him dearly, and then when he fucked up, I still trusted him. And then he got all these fucking wankers in to collapse the party, and then he put the party in the red. And then Batten came along and put the party back into the black, and Batten is a fucking good man, right? And then they tried to collapse it from the inside. It pisses me off, and there we are.
Agree. Did you hear any of what was?
Farage got a lot more power, influence, dominion, and authority to be able to push Brexit through by getting
I
rid
think
of the
if you
NEC
think
of UKIP.
Farage is one of us, you're daft. And at that point, hang on a second, hang on. At that point, I'd want to speak to you quietly, not on here.
Certainly. But here's the thing, I hold no ill will towards Farage leaving
No,
UKIP.
no, I don't. He got us what we wanted, but he was a part. And I also think that when he set out, his will was correct. I think that in between now and then, things changed. Would that be fair?
Yes, but holding any
Jesus
ill
Christ.
will
Everybody's
towards
messaging me here,
him after
and,
the NEC have blocked him would be absurd to me. The NEC of UKIP have infiltrators, provably. He leaving
Yeah,
UKIP...
obviously. Right, I can't talk to you about that, but I know because I've been... Right.
I'm glad to hear it, but you can't hold ill will towards Farage for leaving UKIP, specifically because UKIP did...
Hang on a minute, right? Hang on. I do have ill will. But before we go any further, I'm not going to talk anymore until you can get Gammon on here, because I've got to charge the phone up.
What is his name on Discord, pardon?
Gammon.
Right.
Go onto my side and...
Yep. Is he in a voice chat or something?
Jesus, this is becoming difficult.
See on your server.
Don't worry, so long as you get his name
yes.
in your server, I can
Right, invite in Brother go into my Discord server, Brother Disturbed, and he's called Satan's Diplomat. Sorry.
Right you are, give me a moment. Mr. Disturbed needs to add me as a friend in order to get him in here, and so does Satan's Diplomat. Give me a brief moment.
DM you as user name and
Right.
There you go.
I can't even fuck it. I'm dyslexic.
Did you hear anything while you left? Did you just mute your mic and you went to go train?
You don't understand. I never do. I never ever do fucking whatever. This is the first for this year. Sangmoore.
Don't worry, sir. You'll get used to live streams very, very quickly.
But I don't like doing them.
Oh, they're very worth the time, sir. Many people will tune in simply and only because you have manifested upon the front lines of the information and culture war. It gives morale boosts to absolutely everyone to hear people speak forcefully and with conviction about how they're getting screwed over by globalism and what they should support in the future and what steps we're going to be taking.
I think Sangmoore, you should listen to the Street Soldier. That's a new man coming up.
Yeah.
Actually, Bev, I'm running a stream tomorrow on my page, so if you're available at any point, come on, mate.
All it is sometimes I'm driving the truck.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's cool. I normally do a voice thing anyway. You can just
Also, I hate doing live streams. I just don't feel I'm up for it. You know, what am I going to offer?
So long as there are sufficient fiery souls in the call, it is always a point of useful information and entertainment for the audience. It means that you're willing to teleport to the front lines of the information and culture.
Anyway, may I introduce you to Gammon? He's the one that's dressed as some sort of...
That's my fucking gimp suit.
Anyway, have you not invited Glyn, you fucktard?
Both of them need to add me as a friend. Both Mr. Gammon and Mr. Rythort, I believe.
Yeah, well...
Hold on. You said I had to add you as a friend and send dick pics. And now you're saying they just have to add you as a friend.
The way that it works is that if people haven't added me as a friend, I can't get them in the call. But if they have added me as a friend, they're in here within 5 seconds. I pay attention.
Yeah, but I'm on about the dick pics you asked me to send you.
Pics, sir, I only observe and admire the finest, soggiest little shrimps that the world can offer. Fortunately,
Can you not? Yeah, that's why you...
Right, oi, Gammon, do us a favour. Send Dad a link.
How the hell do I do
there
that?
There is no link to be sent. He needs to add me as a friend.
Well, unlucky then. Tell Dad that he has to add Sangmoore as a friend or whatever it is.
Telling me, see next door neighbour, lean out the window and shout at it.
You were the one. I don't do live streams. This is a once a year thing, and you've got me doing it.
You don't do live streams, and where are you now?
Yes. Who started this?
Well,
Sangmoore
started
met him. Is that
yes,
the guy
that's
I met
Fat
in Poland?
Gammon.
Hey, how you doing, mate? You right?
You're right, mate. Where do I meet you then? Come on.
Was you in Poland with Rev?
No, that was Glyn.
Glyn, sorry.
That was Dad.
Ah.
No, when we were looking after or we were doing security, Gammon was right up behind us. That was me, Glyn at the front, Gammon to one side or wherever it was, and the other guy on the other side. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Gammon's been through it, haven't you, love?
Yes, darling.
Yeah, shut up.
I'll never be the same again.
What pisses me off, though, Mr. Rev, and Gammon, and all the panel, it's the fact that we are pay-pig suckers and slaves to the EU.
Hang on a second. How do you explain
It
what...
pisses me right off.
Right, I'm going to go on one. How do you explain what you've just said? I am not a pay-pig fucker.
We all are to the EU, sir.
Right. So, suggestively, that I'm a self-employed guy that work my taxes in such a way I don't pay tax. Right? And then I buy local at the local butcher who's also fiddling it. Yes?
Yes, sir, of course. But here's the thing. The government is paying £1 billion each month to the EU. Taxpayer money.
Right, you've not got your head around this yet, have you? I haven't paid any tax.
All right, well, the rest of the country that has is...
No. It's not I don't want to pay any tax. I just send my money out locally.
I hear you, sir. The problem is that we as a nation are a proxy resource state of the EU.
Yeah, so I can't apologise for the rest of the nation.
No, but it should piss you off that the rest of the nation are being parasitized by the EU.
Yeah, no, it makes me jump for joy. Obviously.
What? Give it... I hear you.
I'm taking the piss.
I hear you, sir. It takes a moment to register because of the sum totality of brandy that is in my system.
Good lad.
It's some strong, heartwarming stuff. Good
lad. It's made a lot of things clear now. Well done. Me and Gammon hate the situation, don't we, Gammon?
Just a little bit. It does my bloody... It gets on my tits completely being stuck inside the EU. If that's what you're referring to still.
At the most time, I have to ask Gammon to be restrained. Otherwise, he would be an absolute savage. Right?
Yes.
But Gammon reports back. What did you see today, Gammon?
Well, on the other truck, just as a bit of a background for you boys, I'm a European truck driver, so we get quite a bit of news before you guys will. So we see the migrant crisis every day. Now, conveniently so today, on the main services, on one of the main motorways in France that runs from Bordeaux to Paris, there was a shootout last night. in the services, and I'm not on about one person has fired a gun. There's been like people shooting at each other, not one or two shots. Quite a few trucks have been shot and hit. And from what we can gather so far, this is an argument over two smuggling gangs arguing over the territory because of how rife it is.
This, sir?
France. Big country, mate. Can't miss it.
Right. Do you want to send me a link to this so I can actually put it out so people are listening?
There is no link, sir. There is only either adding me as a friend or nothing at all.
No, it means
not so people get
YouTube
involved, just so people can hear.
Yeah.
Oh,
YouTube link.
YouTube live stream, sir. Give me a brief moment.
Well, if we're going to be doing this, at least people fucking hear it.
Yes, here you go, sir. Let me post it there as well. Just a moment.
Where have you put it?
In the group messages here and soon in your server.
Right, no, just message it over to me personally on Discord because I'm fucking stupid.
Here you go, sir. Here we are, and there it is.
Are we doing a proper video here, sort of then things?
No, this is not proper, Gammon. I want you to be on.
Yes, it will be. No, I'm on about we're doing videos. Like, exposing our glorious face.
Well, actually, I've not thought about this. You know, really, I've not thought about this.
Yeah, I was just wondering why your webcam's on, sorry. It's a bit of a concern to me. Oh, fuck! Yeah, because all I can see on the YouTube channel is just Sangmoore.
Oh, that sounds like, that looks like a very, very comfy gaming chair right there.
Yeah, open it up so you've got all of us on there, on the screen. On the YouTube screen.
If there is a camera on, we can only have one camera per the Discord call, and it'll switch to people speaking.
One each.
There you go.
All you need.
There you go.
Come on, lads, open your cameras up. I've had to do it. Look, I've not even done my hair. Fucking state of it.
Oh, you scruffy bastard.
Oh, we'll get fucked anyway.
Yeah.
Sangmoore, camera, come on.
My camera has been on the stream, sir, since the very moment that it began, but now I've also activated it on Discord.
Sideways. Are you come and have a look? But I haven't got a link yet, so.
Are you going to advertise your video on here? Your business?
No.
You're not going to advertise your scrap metal business with your Ford Transit and your Land Rover?
Oh my God, Glenn's in here. Your dad's here now, mate.
Hi, Dad.
I need to iron this. Look.
Oh, yeah, you do need to iron that. No, well, what was I going to fucking say? Oh, yeah, Sangmoore.
Yes, sir.
Get your picture out. Come on.
Why do you keep going into my meme room on Sideways Discord channel and like putting links in there?
Good stuff in there.
Don't do it. It's bad for you.
It's my
I haven't got in there for how long now? Days. Weeks.
You rubbing? Hang on. There's a delay in the video, and I've just watched Sideways rubbing the screen.
You need to get your fucking.
There's about a 30-second delay to what we're doing to what they say on YouTube.
Oh, it's weird. No, I just like every now and again, I notice that Sideways is like stroking the curtain behind him. You know, it's like, oh,
such a wanker. Right, your dad popped in here and you fucked him off. How could you do that?
I don't know, mate. I don't know where. So who else is on here? Come on, boys, get your cameras on.
Well, Steve Soldier needs his camera on. I've seen him already.
And he's muted himself. Everyone's muted them. So there you go. Hello, mate.
Right.
No, you're still muted, fella.
I've got a fucking.
There you go.
Don't worry about the noise. Yeah, fuck that. At the end of the day, it's for our benefit. If anybody wants to listen, fuck it. Right. Gammon, can you actually make a fucking picture, you fucking festering cunt? Anyway, so you know, Street, I had no signal. Basically, I just had the phone. So I couldn't do anything Saturday, otherwise I would have been interested. Are you going to get the big lumpy one up with you one day and do some?
You got feedback, fella.
Me or who?
The other guy, not the Sideways, the new guy. So I can't remember your name.
Street.
Right, Street.
Yeah, you got.
You got any earphones?
Push to talk fixes this.
Okay. Right, come on, boys. Get your videos up.
Where was that?
Yeah, where's that gone?
Yeah, we can't even see your video, mate. All we got is this picture of you with this massive gap teeth, you fucking row of condemned houses.
Is that better?
Are the girls coming on soon? Because I've got my tissue ready.
Up a bit.
Hang on a minute.
The girls coming on soon. I've got my tissue ready.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yes,
can't see you.
Right, cool.
Sort yourself out, or I'm gonna.
Hey, you know what? I'm the one who made your 3D logo, and you don't even freaking remember. You ungrateful.
My 3D logo.
No, son, I don't remember that.
Yeah, he's an ungrateful toss bag, really. Come on, put your video on, Tabby.
Hey, Sangmoore, open up your DM. Open up your DMs.
Well, he wants you to put your picture on.
Alright, I'm back in now. So what do you want? What were you saying, Rab?
Anyway, Street, look, fuck it. You need to get your ass down here and get on the piss.
I don't drink, man.
Well, don't worry. We can make you enjoy a cake or two.
Okay.
Right, we've got a few more viewers on here yet.
Well, no, because I haven't been able to shape.
We're losing video, mate. You come on here and you've lost some 6 people.
Your video's frozen. We've just got a still of you.
Who, me? Gammon.
I think Sangmoore's dropping, and he's the one hosting. Sangmoore, is your laptop screwing?
This is probably the worst put together fucking collective.
So come on, are we talking?
Do we have a fiery souls between us, sir? Overall,
This is why I said give me 5 minutes. This is why I said give me 5 minutes to team view you and set up the OBS.
You won't catch me being annoyed ever or remotely angry. It's just not like
Right, someone fire out some questions then. Come on, let's get a little argument going.
Disconnect, reconnect. Because it's not working.
Yeah, your pitch is frozen, mate.
Oh, thank God for that.
How's it going?
I can't put the camera too far down because my kids are behind me, so I don't want. So you can only see my sort of.
No, it's fine.
They keep walking past.
So that guy was the one who took all the pictures.
The worst thing is this. Oh dear God, that's
Oh,
not what I wanted.
yeah, he's moving. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, that's better.
All we need is omnipotent fucking what's his fling, and the other two. All right.
Right, what are we arguing about?
I can't remember now.
No idea. Where's your dad? He was on it a minute ago.
I've got a fucking clue. It's your neighbour.
Your dad.
Yeah, but you buy Avon off him.
What? I
You
borrowed my
buy
drugs
Avon
off
off
him.
him.
Yeah, whatever.
Mushrooms, anyone?
If only I took drugs. Anyway.
By the
So
way,
who's
chat, do feel free to ask questions and we'll endeavour to answer them to the best of our ability. The room.
Why is your camera not working?
My camera is working presently on the live stream and in Discord, both, sir.
Sangmoore?
Yes, before I depart for my brandy, sir. Keep in mind
Sangmoore,
that this is a priority presently for me.
You're not the. What are you talking about? We just started this. You're not the.
I don't know.
Who's
You
the
said
one
we
who
can ask
took pictures
questions.
of the truck?
Yes, of course. Feel free to ask questions. I'll be right back.
No.
Hang on a second. Let's have this right. He's invited us on the stream and then fucked off.
He's gone for brandy, cigars, and caviar, sir.
Hang on a
Don't you
second.
understand?
Hang on. Gammon, this is now your stream.
Yeah.
Hello, minions. Welcome to Gammon's Fuck Up Friday. No, it's Sunday today. See, we're fucking it up already.
It's all back to work Monday.
Fucking ain't for me, mate. I've got a week off.
Nah, I feel good to work tomorrow.
I trapped my job in. They made us redundant in December, and I went, no, that's all right, I quit.
Well, no, just realised you were shit.
No, I'm fucking fantastic, mate. Oh, we lost one.
In the middle.
No, we lost one.
We need to get the father in.
Liam's gonna.
Well, send him a text
I
message.
should be hosting this.
You do it.
I ain't got his fucking number, have I?
He's your dad.
And I ain't even got a Christmas present or a birthday present off of him. Oh, we'll have to, when we get him on here, we'll tell the story of how I found out about his being my dad.
No, that's a later date job. Right, Discord.
Well, I'm waiting for Sangmoore to get back so I can ask him these questions.
Just want to point out that Simon Sideways is behind a green screen, so everybody start making memes of him immediately.
Right, if you don't hurry up, I'm fucking off.
Oh, we do memes with him all the time. Some classic ones.
That's why it's not charging.
Fucking boom.
Fucking phones, anyway.
When they let you loose in the fucking truck, mate, that's the scary part.
I was off today. Right. Anyway.
So
what we'll
there's
do,
no real
we'll actually have an organised. We'll have an organised doofer, right? And if we have got to do it on mine, don't really want to because I don't do live streams.
Right, I'm back. What's up?
Right, Sangmoore.
Yes.
Yeah, can I ask you? Did you ask you some questions, yeah, mate?
Yes.
Anyway, stream.
Yeah. So if you.
I've got my head together. We'll do a live stream and get you and the big guy.
When's that going to be? Next year?
When you get fucked? No, you'll have to come, unfortunately. Much as I don't like you.
You fucking love me.
Get fucked.
I'm like a media.
Sangmoore, put your picture up and stop fucking around.
My camera is already on Mofo on the live stream presently.
What, you on dial-up or something?
Yeah, come on, sort it out, motherfucker.
No, I think his camera's a YouTube stream, so it can be shown on.
Well, then come out and come back in, Sang.
I am already
I'm looking
streaming and
for
everyone can
patches.
see my face. Everyone has been able to see my face since the start of the stream, sir. Go to the YouTube link.
Okay, Sangmoore. Let's see if you get his questions done, mate.
Yes, go
there's
ahead.
There's two chairs, yeah? One chair's got a cock, the other chair's got a cake. Now you got to sit on one chair and eat what's on the other. What are you doing?
What is the cock made of?
What? Flesh.
Enough.
Flesh and meat and like pulsating.
Is it a human cock or an animal cock?
Take your fucking pick, mate, but just like which
Alright,
one are you sitting on
animal
and which one are you
cock.
eating?
I'll sit on the cake and
Right, okay.
Fucking kill you, Gammon.
I'm not answering that.
Listen, my good man, I'm not going to sit on the... There's a difference between the consumption of a goat's penis and its usage for erotic purposes.
What?
My
So
answer
what
will
you're saying
remain
is...
unchanged. I'll sit on the cake
What you're
and
saying
eat
is...
goat's dick.
What you're saying is you're Welsh.
No, goat was just the original go-to because we can have a hedgehog.
You're Welsh.
Hold on. So you mean to tell me I can have any animal's shrimp? Can I have a hedgehog's that's barely?
No, it's got to be a It's got to be a donkey or an elephant.
Right.
Why are you like? Why are we doing? Stop.
All right.
Well, I was going to ask about the truck pictures on his server earlier in the World News Channel. Sorry, I'm also pretty sick right now.
Yeah, that was mine that I chucked up earlier on. But go for it.
Did you take those?
No. I got them from one of the Facebook groups I'm on because I do European driving. So we keep each other up to date on what's going on, where to avoid, what's happened at each services, like sort of shit when things like this happen.
Nice.
So I mean, if there's anywhere, if you put in the photos up, you can see there's bullet holes in the trucks as well, and all the little yellow tags that are around the area showing where the shootings have taken place.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I was spreading it to several other servers. I hope you don't mind, but that
fill your boots, feel free, mate. But it basically happened last night. I think it was around 10-11 o'clock French time, and it was just there was a shootout involved between a couple of people. A group of, but information's a bit sketchy because obviously once you translate something from French into English via text, it doesn't always come out right. But it was predominantly French witnesses that was there at the time.
So no-go zones in France are a genuine
there's
lorry and truck
fuckloads.
drivers,
There's loads of no-go zones in France, but unfortunately we have to go through them. I mean, one of the worst
Hang on.
areas in
How can you have a French witness? They generally run away. They don't witness anything.
Well, funny enough, talking about that, I've done a video about the Battle of Trafalgar a couple of weeks ago because it was the anniversary for it, and the French actually fucked up a retreat, a surrender. When you think about it, they tried to turn around. Well, they tried to turn around. They tried to turn around and go back to Cadiz, and they can't even retreat properly. You got to love the French. But no, so if I went to Saint-Denis, which is in the northeast of France, I'm having a blonde moment there. There's loads and loads of migrants knocking around underneath the bridges, and they are a fucking pain in the arse. But there's a lot of industrial units around that way, so we have to go through that way. That's the same area as Charles de Gaulle Airport. So there are no-go zones all across Europe, but the biggest concern for all of us lot is Belgium and France. As truck drivers, that's where you get the most problems. And they're quite happy to stop a truck by any means. So if they can throw a scaffolding pole through the windscreen to stop one truck to cause a backlog, they will do it. Quite happily, and they've done it before loads of times.
You're full of the joys of spring, aren't you?
I just like to throw my ashtray out the window at them as I go past. But I don't smoke in my cab.
Do you think that this is specifically driven by people competing over money being given by migrants for illegal transport to the UK?
That's okay. I will put money on it. That's what it is. I mean, I can't say for definite, but that's what it is. It's such a lucrative trade.
Hang on,
they
stop.
fight over it.
No one's paying them to come to the UK. Once they got to that side of France, it is a free for all. You know, they are just economic migrants, but they're not being paid to be smuggled from that particular point because they're just jumping on the back of a van of their own accord.
No, there are people smugglers actually helping them out there, Dad.
Well, what are they doing? Giving them a stepladder and saying, get up in the back of that van? No.
MasterCard actively gives prepaid cards to migrants crossing the Mediterranean and to Mexicans and southern border entities looking to cross. There are things called open society foundations operated by a man called George Soros that ensure that migrants have prepaid MasterCards. So the statement that do they fund them, do they prepare them to illegally cross, do they ensure that they have money, is yes. It's provable that MasterCard ensures that migrants have money, by the way.
Yeah, no, what we're trying to get at is the guys jumping on the back of the vans at the ports, you know, in Calais or whatever, are not being people smuggled. All right? They're just opportunists.
Predominantly, yes.
Refugees at this point. ISIS is.
Oh no, none of them are refugees. They're all economic migrants by that particular point.
The vast majority of the migrants that are knocking around in the North France area, so Calais, Ouistreham, Dunkirk, that area, neck of the woods, they're predominantly from the Horn of Africa, so Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia. And the
what do you mean, that highly educated region of Africa?
Yeah, that's where all of the engineers and doctors come from, Dad.
Yeah, there are doctors or engineers or nurses. God forbid, don't stop them.
Pilots.
But they tend to, even though they can move about.
You find the Muslims tend to be pilots. You ask the Americans. Yeah.
Sorry, that was a bit too my bad.
We can just almost, you can imagine like George W. Bush at the World Trade Center with a spoon going, "Here comes the aeroplane."
Oh, get us yeeted so fast. We're ready to make another YouTube account, Sangmoore.
No, but these fuck off, Dad. These doctors and engineers, when they gather around in the Calais area, they'll stick to their own groups in their own areas, and they're often actually having fights with each other you know, fuck knows what they're fighting over. Like, one lot live in a park, there's another lot that live near a football field. And they'll have running pitch battles against each other. It's like something out of a football factory. And it goes on every day. But these guys are predominantly from, like I said, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Somalia. So it's like, we're from this part of the country, we're better than you. And, you know, they form their own gangs.
Yeah.
Split. Where's a couple of people front of Judea? I've spoken of that. I got a fucking Jewish girl's phone number the other day. I only had to ask her to roll up her. Yeah, I had to ask her to roll up her right sleeve. It was fucking brilliant, mate. It's the easiest fellow I ever had.
Calm down there, sir.
Sorry, say what? Right, I think my camera frozen?
Yes, sir.
Right,
no, you're that ugly naturally.
Thank you.
What happened?
It just all went. Oh my god. Could you put your camera back to frozen, please?
God damn it! I was eating.
Jesus Christ! You're not just ugly, all right? You're like.
I know, Dad, but the apple didn't fall far from the tree now, did it? Should we tell the story? Because Sideways ain't here to bitch and moan. Should we tell the story?
I need more brandy in me for this. Where's the bottle?
Where'd Sideways go? Did he just get sick of the train?
I think he's wanked. You've muted yourself, mate. You gotta push your talk.
Ah, shit. Fuck me, here's me talking. And now you can't.
It's probably for the best, sir.
Yeah, well, maybe. I can't believe that. Fucking no. An amateur mistake, that is. But yeah, I think he's died out or he's unable to connect again.
No, Simon has.
Back in, I can give him a ring and he will be back in here. Just give me the green light.
Give him a ring because then tell him he's slightly gay. All right. Because, like, Simon can be good fun apart from when he's depressed or sitting in a corner or not talking to anyone. He's great.
Ever. We need to ensure that his morale and emotional standards are kept high and his cognitive load kept low.
Well, I understand there's cognitive load being kept low, but you don't want to over-apply things.
Oh, fuck me. Did you shop in the end, did you?
I did indeed, sir. Yeah, I came here to plug the large void that the internet superstar Simon Sideways left.
You're such a scare.
He does plug the large void no matter where he goes. You should how many seats was it you booked on that airplane?
Well, right, so how do I get back to this then?
You're spinning it at the moment.
You are back to this, sir.
Glenn, show your face.
Yeah, you in your dream.
No, in my worst nightmares. By the way, I'm actually thinking I'm hungry now.
Well, I can understand that.
Shut up, you slag. How do I turn the camera on?
Your camera's off, Ralph, mate.
Hang on. So Simon, your camera's off, but that was the photo you chose to put up instead?
It's better than looking at you, mate. Mate, when you get nothing more than a fucking shitty mushroom, and that's your best picture.
Actually, that was a great mushroom. It was a fantastic photo. I took that myself.
You licked that mushroom, didn't you?
No.
Answer me honestly.
But you look at the whole
mushroom, didn't you?
Context and everything. It's a really rather good photo.
Oh, context is racist now, mate. So, let me get this right. Have we hijacked fucking Sangmoore stream here?
Yeah,
I think exactly, sir. Your presence brings in digits and views, and your company is much appreciated for the stream.
Oh, great! I'm being used.
I'm getting Sangmoore shekels.
Do you know what? I'd heard that he liked a few digits being placed. Oh,
Oh, don't worry about that. I am going to be, I am almost done finishing a very, very important audiobook that's going to be a bestseller, a big hit. It's called Practical Idealism by Count Richard Nicolaus von Coudenhove-Kalergi. Let me read you a tiny portion.
That's got a real phrase. Yeah.
No.
Good.
I've been drinking today. I don't need this.
Excellent. But
You've
suffice
been
it to say,
drinking
ladies and
today?
gentlemen, Hitler wanted eugenics and Kalergi wants racial dysgenics.
Right, fine. Stop there.
That's good.
Yep. Without too much information.
Are you going to stop there or am I going to fuck off?
Well, I will also point out that Hitler didn't want eugenics. He just realised that it was the best way forward.
No.
Calm down, sir. But no, all is well. You are very welcome to attend these streams in the future, both present and the near and distant future. The sum totality of your insights. It's not just because of the digits, by the way. It's because I can get relevant and important insights from people at the front lines of the information and culture war. That second reason is more important than the digits overall. By the way, just for the record.
Okay.
Also, chat, feel free to ask questions. We'll do our best to...
So you really don't want Simon to insert his digits in you?
Mr. Sideways, presently inserting his digits into this YouTube channel, pleases me deeply.
But it'll make things go up, sir.
Indeed. God bless
I try to kill Shadow.
Mr. Sideways, I need more brandy for this discussion. Where's the coke?
Oh, apparently they all need a good lubricant.
Sangmoore.
Yes, sir.
If you found 20 quid on the floor, would you take it or would you leave it?
Oh,
Definitely take it, and if it slipped out of someone's wallet, I wouldn't give it to them. I'd just take it for myself.
No. It's just take. It's just take it or leave it. Just take it or leave it. Right, just take it. Okay. If you found a bag of potatoes on the floor, would you take it or would you leave it?
Leave it because it's heavy and I don't like the burden.
You found sideways digits inside your ass. Would you take it or would you leave it?
Definitely take it, sir. Are you kidding me? The digits that this man brings with him, the girth of the digits, are extraordinary.
Came to talk about news. I stick to the shadows for a reason, and this was not foreseen. I gotta say.
I think this guy's got it sorted, doesn't he? I like his sense of humour.
Oh, me. I noticed Sideways.
No, I don't like your sense of humour because you haven't got one.
I have. All right, you look at that. When me and you was looking after Sargon of Akkad, and I got that bird to go up and ask Sideways if he was a YouTuber, and then say I've never heard.
Oh
of
no,
you.
that was fun. That was
fucking priceless.
Yeah.
What happened? What?
We was looking after Sargon during his MEP run up when he was out campaigning. And we're all in the booster afterwards with all this like Carl's entourage that have all watched him on YouTube and shown up to the boozer afterwards. And there was a couple of people in there, there was a few people in there that weren't a part of our group. And I saw this good-looking bird with another girl. And I went up and went, "You see that guy just walked off to the toilet?" She went, "Yeah." I said, "Do us a favour. When he comes back, say, 'Excuse me, are you Reverend Simon Sideways, a YouTuber?' And then when he goes, 'Yes,' say, 'Never heard of you,' and then walk off." Yeah, as you can imagine, he was like, when she went, "Are you Simon Sideways?" He's like, "Yes." And it's like, "Never heard of you." Fucking hell. It's just... Sargon's looked up, and so did a few others like Warplan Purple and that. They've looked over and seen what's happened. They can see me and fucking Brother Disturbed then leaning up against each other with tears rolling down our face.
I was in hysterics because little Simon's face lit up.
Not for very long though, did it?
No, it was like something off of when Lassie's dying. His face just dropped.
By the way, if Mr. Sideways is little, I will gladly be paid to do mocking voiceovers of him, as I do for other members of the TRR group, as follows. "My name is Mr. Sideways, and I'm the littlest one. Yay!
Oh no, believe me, Simon is very, very small.
You mean to tell me, sir, that he is the littlest one in physical form, but the biggest in digits?
No, have you ever met Tommy Robinson?
I haven't met him, but I know that he's pint-sized.
Now, Tommy Robinson is small. I expect him to sort of prepare chocolate in a small factory somewhere. Simon's smaller than him. Oh.
Really? Now I understand the reasoning for the green screen.
Yes.
Honestly, yeah. No.
Dad will know that Sideways is a short arse and very small in certain departments because he's shared a pikey wagon with him a few times.
No, actually, I will admit that Simon's got a huge penis. He has. Yeah. I can't deny that.
Oh, fucking hell.
Do you speak from personal experience, sir?
Yes, I think it is.
Well, not from personal experience, but I have been with him in the same woman.
Oh.
So Hong Kong to Trump to to Stone, and then all the way to
Drunken British semi-brawls, sir. It is the inevitable conclusion to a good evening.
The guy has been blessed by the gods, and I don't understand where he got it from. Like, from a small little dwarf who should be hired by Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, he's doing really well.
No, but so long as Mr. Sideways and his entourage and all affiliates keep on speaking the truth and spiting the devil, we'll continuously win. And by the way, there's going to be a massive, bountiful salt harvest this December.
In which way, sir?
The election, the left are going to get slaughtered politically.
Yeah, but can you imagine the right sticking together?
No.
You don't need all of the factions to stick together to get good work done. You don't need absolute unity in order to get good shit done and for each to do their part individually. Because when everyone is, quote, unified, they put off the job or duty to someone else and never anything gets done. Whereas if they're individually competing with each other to ensure that the news gets out, it creates a, quote, robust infosphere.
But Boris, sir, is putting forward Remainers to be elected.
Is he now?
Yes.
If the right had more unity for all the last maybe 10 years, the country would be in a much different
Who is Boris
place.
putting forward who is a Remainer, by the way?
Alright, anyway, I'm catching you guys later.
See you, man.
Why is that? Actually, I couldn't specifically name an individual.
I'd
However,
like to see a list of Remainers that Boris is putting forward. If
Boris is not.
Across it, sir.
Oh, well, actually, I'm sure it'll be produced because Boris is not putting forward just sheer levers. There aren't enough in the Conservative Party to do that.
Well, if he does, it would be a massive strategic and tactical error. That would.
Well, no, it's not an error after this point. Yeah, but it's too late. We're talking. When's the last nomination cut-off point? Was it the 14th?
I believe we've already reached that for the candidates.
No, I don't think it's that far down the line, is it?
Well, let's see. Deadline for candidates of general election.
Yeah, please type it in.
Anyway, that was a pleasant live stream. Evolved quickly.
It was never
comes popping on.
Thursday, the 14th of November, was the deadline for the delivery of nomination papers. So it's been and gone.
And when's the cut-off point to withdraw?
What do you mean withdraw? Pardon.
Well, that's the nomination point. There's a point to withdraw, isn't there, as well, sir, or not?
I think that they can all withdraw at any given point in time.
No, I think there's a point when you can no longer withdraw, in all fairness. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Largely irrelevant, I suppose. However, there are Remainers that are being put forward. They are not all Leavers.
I'd like to know which they are.
Yeah, no, I'd have to go online and sort that shit out. But it's one of these things. Look, you cannot trust politicians. It's just not the way it works.
I'm not saying trust them. I'm saying vote for the only two parties representing the interest of Brexit.
I told everyone I know, if they've been questioned by someone, to say they're going to vote Brexit, regardless of where they're going to do it. On the day, you vote tactically. But we need more and more people to say that they're going to vote Brexit just to scare the shit out of the Conservatives so they actually do what they say they're going to do.
Interesting.
Well, I'm seeing this point parroted by The Guardian, and simply because The Guardian are parroting it, the title is "It's Tory Remainers, not Labour Leavers who are the real key to this election." Because the Labour are putting this forward, The Guardian are putting this forward, I'm inclined not to believe a single word.
Yeah, no, it's the Guardian, sir, and I do appreciate that. And just reading it alone has added, like, justification for their existence. Don't ever do that again.
They're asking, might this change during the campaign? Let's see. No, I don't think that The Guardian would be putting this out. This is fear-mongering nonsense, I would say.
No, sir. Obviously, The Guardian is a really reliable, unbiased version of everything. I trust them, whatever they say.
I mean, where would we be without our KGB socially engineering overlords telling us what to think, sir?
I do like them, honestly. They must sit at home thinking I'm going to report only the truth.
I hear you. But if Boris does put forward even a singular Remainer, I want to know about it.
Oh, no, that's going to happen. That has happened, all right? I haven't kept tabs of it, but it's inevitable because there are not enough pure Remainers in the Conservative Party to do that. Pure Leavers in the Conservative Party to do that. Honestly, there are Remainers that have been put forward.
People get threatened. Politicians get support and funding. A lot of them wind up playing ball because they don't really have anything without their backing.
They're politicians. In all fairness, by default, they're absolute cunts. Yeah.
Earlier, Rev was trying to ask Alex whether or not he would vote for a new party of common working people after this election, and then I asked him, basically if you had actually gotten Brexit, like if you actually somehow magically got past the finish line, then would you start trusting a third party or maybe looking towards somebody that you can trust with integrity? And I asked him if he would vote for Dankler or Sargon.
That's harsh. No, it's harsh. I mean, look, Dankler and Sargon were both going to be members of the UKIP party. Now, at the time, the UKIP party were the only political party that were going to introduce a decent version of proportional representation. All right, and now, in theory, proportional representation will work beautifully. However, it would always, every single time, lead to a split parliament. Because that's the nature of the whole thing.
I agree.
But I would love it. I would love a parliament that represents the people who voted for them.
think
but
you showed.
Sorry, sir. Carry on.
I think that if you showed people that there's actual integrity, and you found a way to show it to them so that they could see it, so that they knew these people are serious, they're invested in free speech, because if we don't win this war on free speech, they're going to come for us. You know what I mean? We're all vested pretty much for our lives at this point.
We're talking about the British Parliament. There is no free speech in Britain, is there? There's no legal standing for it. There's no nothing for it.
Yeah, but I mean that's obviously got to change. And I mean, I what I'm saying is, if you could show somebody that there was a party with actual integrity, or people with actual integrity, and they were able to get that out to the masses and show and demonstrate it clearly, I think that there would be hope for another party to rise up eventually in Britain.
I think the only way you're going to get people to admit that your party's got integrity and got no sort of person is in all fairness to elect people randomly,
or people that are not politicians and not rich, and
exactly elect them randomly, like a jury.
Exactly.
All right, because anyone by default who wants to be a politician is suspect.
Well, when you see that people step up when they don't really have much serious wealth to speak of to back them up, and nobody to really back them up as far as security, they don't live in private, secure, very wealthy neighborhoods that are protected.
I wouldn't say it was all about wealth. It's about power, and the people who crave power are inherently just not worthy of doing the job they're being elected to do.
Well, what I'm saying is well, sorry, somebody's talking to me. And sorry about that. What were we just talking about? Got distracted in real life.
We would ideological formation of independent nationalist parties that can overtake the present duopoly-oligopoly in Britain. It's something that can happen farther down the line, but not leading up to the 12th of December.
I agree with that.
Now, I would have said the right person for the right job, but you carry on with your way, mate. Yeah.
There is no other way out of the Brexit shenanigans without a Tory majority.
Oh, that's not technically true, is it?
Well, the other option is gushing blood and broken bodies and executions of people for high treason.
Yeah, but it does sound like a good night.
It does, but we can't advocate for it.
Oh, I would never advocate for it, sir, because that will get your channel banned.
Alright, I'm back.
Do feel free to join the show in the both near and distant future, sir. All it takes to add people is to add me as a friend on here, and they're in within 10 to 15 seconds. We appreciate the moral courage and support that your presence provides.
Right. So what I think I remember what I was saying. Basically, if you don't live in an area where you can be protected, and you don't have a job that you know you're going to have in the future after you've decided to go towards a certain route of politics and ruffle people's feathers, if you're willing to put basically your neck on the chopping block for your country, then it kind of shows right there what, you know, where your loyalty lies. But if you start off being backed by a lot of people, being paid a lot of money, you know how to figure out what your policies are. You just go to the people backing you and figure out what their policies are, because eventually that's what you're going to do to feed your own family, is do what they say.
That was a very good way of saying we all get twisted by our backers, yeah? Or am I wrong in what you just said? Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Which is why I'm such a fan of a benevolent dictatorship.
that's really risky. I don't know if I believe in that.
Well, I did specifically use the word benevolent.
Yes, but that's like a utopia. It's something. It's an idea of perfection that most likely isn't going to be what's in front of you in the real world.
Well, no, I agree. No one has suggested perfection. But however, what we suggested is one person's vision. And sometimes that is more pure, all right, and untwisted. If this person's the sole reason for being here is their pure vision, and it's a good vision, then the outcome's going to be better than like 600 people who are all being bought and sold by lobbyists.
I agree with that. You have to you have to be very careful to find the benevolent one in that case.
I would strongly suggest that the chances of someone starting off purely benevolent is good. The chances of them ending up benevolent is bad. All right, that's why we still, no matter who's in charge of a country or a dictatorship, still needs to be able to be ousted. So it's a tough one, but I would say we should be able to elect a dictator, but he should still be subject to being ousted every 5 or 7 years.
I don't know. I think you can get by with people actually voting and still get the same result. I mean, I understand that sometimes you do need to use authority to get what you need. Like, for instance, if you need peace in the streets and you need your economy to run, then you need to pay your police and you need to make things work correctly, right? But having responsibilities like that, sorry, hold on one second. Having responsibilities like that is a very serious
There have to be absolute limits to the authority of the dictator.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Testing.
Yeah, you did cut yourself off halfway through, sir.
Oh well.
No, it's all right. You're American. You're American. You probably hit another channel and started having a go at them. It's called friendly fire. You're used to it.
No, it's because my latency is really, really bad. Like, I'm trying to live this chat, and I'm in America, and Sangmoore just got a little.
In all fairness, it was a great joke, so you missed it. All right, now.
I guess so.
So, gentlemen, the brandy is beginning to hit me presently. So, are there any final questions that the audience would like to ask? I'm going to close the stream in the next 5 to 10-ish minutes.
I can understand that, sir. The brandy's hitting you. I mean, I would have a greater concern about genetics, in all fairness.
It is afflicting me presently. I'm noticing it creep on me. My speech is slurred.
And the face is twisting and distorting. Yeah, no.
It's a good time.
I have noticed, sir, that you are losing your hair on your forehead. Now,
yes, I'm well aware of this, buddy. There's no need to remind me.
I don't want to question your manhood, sir. I find it rather amusing.
I am a stud muffin of the greatest order.
Could I not suggest you got a Benny hat, a bit like Tim Pool? Now, Tim Pool's...
I'm not that bald, sir. When I start going that bold, I'll consider a top hat. But for the time being...
You're not that bold yet. All right. Well, tomorrow, different matter.
Well, let's hope that I don't bald as quickly as Poole has, eh?
Bless him.
Oh, that's low, man. Come on. Poor guy.
No, I would consider the forehead quite high.
It's unfortunate. An unfortunate set of...
So, Mr. Poole is cursed by God for being bald, Sargon is cursed by God for having a gut, and I am cursed for obvious reasons.
Insanity?
Not insanity, sir. Anything.
No, because the gods don't love him. Those are the gods' love. They first
Anyway,
strike
ladies and
mad.
gentlemen,
Yeah.
thank you all for tuning in for this here live stream. We will have more moving into the future, and do please, yes, stud muffin. That is exactly what I am. And do please click on the links that you find in the description. We would deeply appreciate low-tech solutions to high alt-left tech alliance problems of algorithmic deboosting. Thank you all very much for partaking this evening.
Stud muffin. I don't think those words mean what you think they mean.
Perhaps I should rephrase it. Utmost stud muffin.
See you, Sangmoore. Bye, everybody.
And on that note precisely, we will depart forthwith.
I've got to admire your confidence.